Alrighty, I think we are going to go ahead and get started with surprise. We have ourselves a face cam today. So for the first time ever, people are going to be seeing my face, and we're going to be playing Minecraft on Twitch in the hardcore world for the first time ever. So it's a big day for us today. I need to make sure I have both chats open up. I think everything's working. I checked the streams on like my phone and everything. So if there is something that's wrong, please be sure to let me know, because I don't stream very often. But today we are going to we're going to start a project that will be in the next hardcore episode. But first I want to clear up, I want to mend up my tools a little bit before we get going. And I might need to turn down my game sounds, because they might be just a little too loud. Hey, Finite, glad you can make it. Yeah, today we are starting on the volcano. We're going to get a little bit of terraforming done, clear out some of the land, and then maybe do a bit in the ways of actually placing blocks. Yo, what's up from Chile? That's awesome. I have never been to South America. The most south that I have been, I think is Hawaii. I've been to Hawaii before, but I've never actually been to South America or Mexico or anything like that. So what's up? It's good to see you. What should we bring? I want to bring stuff to store blocks. So a couple of chests. Actually, we're not going to need that many. Let's take about half of that. And that might be it. We've been doing some prep for the episode. I've done a couple of farms. Some of them have wanted me, I've wanted to pull my hair out working on, and some of them have been okay, but there's a lot that's gone into this episode so far, and there's still so much more to do. For instance, like this sheep farm I just made earlier today, and I really wish it were faster, because I need like 4 times this amount of wool. 4 or 5. It's a lot. We need a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know it has been so long. So the reason that I have not posted in a couple months is because I kind of get in these ruts sometimes. I was in a very creative rut. It was really hard to work on anything, and I'll go into it in the video and explain a bit more. But the project that I had lined up for what would have been episode 5, this is what we're doing now, is episode 5. So we're changing the game. What it was going to be, I just wasn't feeling like creatively, and I was trying to force myself to feel it, and it kind of just led me down a spiral, and I really didn't feel like working on it anymore. And then also summer hit and it got really hot, and I didn't want to be inside, and there was just a lot of things that like culminated, and I don't know, I just kind of fell off creatively, I think. But I'm back now. I've rejuvenated myself, and I'm really excited to start working on videos again. I do think we're gonna go along, like you'll understand more about what excuse me, you'll understand more about what this video was originally supposed to be when the episode drops, which should be like a week or 2. It shouldn't be too much longer. We need to do the build, and then I need to do all the editing for it. I guess most of the editing for it. I've already done a good chunk, but we will probably end up using some of like what we created for the original episode in our world at some point. I just don't know when that's going to be. But my main priority right now is just working on stuff that I actually find interesting and want to work on. For instance, like this gold farm. We're making a gold farm volcano, or a volcano gold farm, and it just, for whatever reason, made me really excited to play Minecraft again. And so sometimes you just need to do what makes you excited and not think about like the video and what's going to make a good video. But I think this one will be fun. I think it'll be a fun video. Yo, thank you for being here, Extraordinary. This is going to be fun. We're going to be all over the place. I don't stream very often, and warning, it's about to get a little laggy. I might have to turn shaders off, but we need to find out where... Oh, it didn't work. There it is. We need to find out where exactly we are going to dig out. So this one gets really, really laggy and really glitchy if I'm using shaders, but we just need like a general idea of where we can start digging. Also, I forgot my beacon. That's great. Oh, but yeah, we get a lot of these like weird screen tears. It's very strange. Okay, we can dig out a small line and then set up the chest, go back home and get the beacon, because this is going to be terrible without it, and then come back and tear it all out. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited. I've spent like the past, I guess like the whole weekend just collecting things for this build. And now to actually get started on the project, there's so much that we have to do that I don't even think I'm going to be able to fit all of it into one episode. I think we're going to have to split it up into 2 different parts. And we'll get more into that potentially later this week if I decide to stream again. Goodness, it's laggy. Hold on. All right, we're going to turn that off. We're going to go get our beacon because I forgot that. And we're going to come back. Yeah, lore's fun. I don't have too much lore right now, but I think what has got me excited about the episode following this one that we're working on today should be fun. Like, it's more storytelling, I guess, about the world. It's how do I explain? It's like we're creating time in our world in the next episode. So like everything that we've created so far has been in like one chunk of time. Like it's all contemporary basically. And the build that I want to do next time is going to be an older build, which kind of goes into the history of the kingdom and develops a bit more of that lore. So it should be a fun one to work on next episode too. I'm thinking, and it'll also, little teaser, it'll also have to do more with dragons. So we'll get to build a couple more dragons and do some fun things like the dragon egg. For now, I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking. It's subject to change, and it could also not be next episode if we decide to split this one into 2 episodes, which, excuse me, which probably will happen because of how long it's taking me to get it out in the first place. And it won't be like a huge gap in between those 2, I don't think, because the second half of this project won't take very long. It's just too long to try and include in the same episode. What was I doing? Beacon. Oh, God, I wish I had more than 1 beacon. They are really hard to come by. I'm gonna need 2. I think we're gonna have to move the beacon. We're gonna put those in there for now. And then, yeah, we just need to... Oh, well, I guess I need more iron, too. We need to steal 1, 2, and 36? Is that right? Just 2 sacks and 36? I hope so. This feels so strange, having a face cam on. Every time I look over to see, like, chat, I'm seeing myself, too. And it's just so strange. But I didn't want to be, like, one of those weirdo YouTubers that built up a huge following and then do, like, some super cringy face reveal. I didn't want to be that guy, so here we are. We're ripping the Band-Aid off. Surprise. Should be fun, though. I made the goal loosely to get back into streaming this year at the start of this year, but starting out this hardcore world, it kind of took a lot creatively, and so I didn't feel like I had a lot of leftover energy for streaming. But now and after having the break for most of summer, coming back, I kind of feel rejuvenated and like I'm capable of doing both recording episodes and streaming. So we'll see. I'm gonna try and be better about it. I also picked one hell of a day to do this because it's like one of the hottest days in Kansas right now, which, spoiler, I'm in the middle of the Midwest. It's one of the hottest days here. It got up to like 105. It might still be 105, or that feels like. And my house is terrible at ventilating. So like the AC has been kicking since 10 a.m. and it's still kicking. It's just constantly running. So my door's open, which usually I'd have that closed because my dogs can bark sometimes. There's also people working next door outside. That's kind of, it's been okay. They haven't been too bad, but it's hot. And I am currently already sweating being here. We're going to put these down over by the portal. I don't think we're going to do much in this area. There's a lot to do in general here, but most of it is going to be on top of this terrain already. So I was kind of smart with how we designed it. Got to do what makes you happy. Burnout sucks and drains the life out of you. I agree. So that's why I didn't feel too bad. It happens. I mean, I've been doing YouTube now for like 4 years, and it's happened at least twice a year, I think, every year. So I kind of knew that it was coming. I'd also done the 50 Trees series and then immediately went into hardcore without taking like a break, really. Not that, you know, I needed a break, but like creatively, it's nice to stop and collect your eggs every once in a while and understand why you're doing it and what makes it fun and all that. So I didn't really stop since I started in, I guess, November working on that series. October or November, I don't remember. And then just kind of went, and it was go until I decided to just take some time off and not really be too worried about it. I just hope that we can get back into the swing of things easily enough. I'd like to start producing videos more frequently, because I feel like once every 4 weeks is just a bit too long, but we'll see. I don't want to push myself too hard yet. Yo, Fizzly, thank you for the prime. That's awesome. I've missed seeing you around. I've missed, like, you know, interacting with people. That's awesome. I hope that noise wasn't too loud. That was so nice. Thank you, Fizzly. Also, I have some, so in the vein of like trying to refresh myself creatively, I guess, I want to try and do more variety videos, and that will include like doing some creative only videos. I've had ideas for a while of builds that I want to work on, and doing this hardcore series, I've been able to do more fun out of the box builds, and now I'm realizing that half of the issue doing it in the hardcore world is that it takes so much time to get the world ready, get the farms ready, get all the resources, do all the recording, and do the whole video that way. But if I did it all in creative mode, I could do a cool build. I could practice this stuff. Like, the whole reason I wanted to build a volcano is to practice terraforming. So I could do stuff like that in creative without having to worry too much about making a video out of it, and just being okay with, you know, practicing basically. So I do hope that we can get something together. I have some cool like Halloween themed ideas that I want to get to that we'll also do. If you're not in the Discord, if you're somehow here at the live and not joined the Discord already, you should do that. There's a link in the channel homepage on YouTube, and there's a command !! Discord that you should be able to run on Twitch if you want that link. But there should be some fun things coming up. We're going to do some more build-offs, I think. Haven't been able to play MC for a while because my computer is not where I am now. But hopefully soon. Enjoyed seeing the builds on Discord, though. Yeah. It's kind of nice to get a break from Minecraft every once in a while. Like when I was we're going to turn on Gamma so we can work through the night here. When I was on my little break, I played a game, and like one game, like I just get hyper fixated on a game every once in a while. So when I wasn't playing Minecraft, I was basically just, you know, playing that other game instead. And now I'm back to Minecraft. It's just going to be another like full-time gaming, or a full time sink gaming wise. Now I don't have like an auxiliary game to play, but that's okay. I've gotten some better hobbies. I've gotten back into working out and being more active, and that's been nice. It definitely helped get me out of the rut, I think. We're just kind of loosely do this, and then we're going to come through and make it correct later, I think. We'll probably have to turn shaders off for that, so I'm sorry. The people that really like the shaders. They're pretty cool. We are updated to the Chaos Cubed update, I think. This is the name of it. But I have yet to see a sulfur spring. And I would like to do that in this video, but we will see if we have time for it. We might have to chuck that into part 2. Yeah, and I definitely need to be better about balance. So like, when it comes to games and Minecraft and everything, especially with YouTube recently, or I guess before the break, it was hard for me to want free time. So like I was motivated to just work, and I was just working on whatever it might have been. But now I'm kind of like forcing myself to take a minute and take a step back and like do other things, go outside and do stuff, or do stuff around the house or whatever. But just get up and like forcing myself to do that. And I feel like it's helped me creatively come back more frequently. Like I would get stuck to a point where I would only work on something if I was feeling it. And now with those better systems in place, I can get up, do whatever, come back, and it's easier for me to work on stuff that I might not be like super interested in working on, but still need to get done. So it's not just waiting for the time, like when I feel like it's right. I'm actually doing something. I'm really gassy for some reason. You guys have any fun things you did over the summer? I didn't really do much. I went to Texas, actually. My little brother, baby brother, he turned 18, little stinker, and he graduated high school. So my parents invited me and my wife, and obviously my younger siblings as well. We all went to Six Flags over Texas. And that was the first time that I have been to a Six Flags, and only the second time that I have been to a roller coaster park? Theme park? It wasn't a theme park. I guess just roller coaster park. I don't really know what they're called. But that was fun. That was fun to do. God, at this rate, it might take the entire stream to do this. I don't know if I want to run back and forth and drop all this stuff off. I do want to keep the terracotta because that'll be useful. I could use some of the sand for the beach. See, this is the thing. It's going to take so long to do every step of this process that I just don't think we're going to be able to finish it in one video. Like, finish it in loose terms. We're building a gold farm, and that's the premise for the next episode. But also I want to create a bartering farm, but I don't want to just, you know, here's a bartering farm. I want to do something for that too. Mostly my life has just been settling down after college, just graduated with my 4-year degree, and I've started working as a flight instructor. Ooh, that's fun. Lots of fun and busy. Oh, but lots of fun, but busy, yeah. That's really cool. I didn't know you needed a 4-year degree for that. Or are you doing that, like, in tandem or differently than what you got your degree in? I did the whole college thing, but I didn't see it through. I only made it 2 years in before I was like, it's not for me. And then I went back and tried again, and it really wasn't for me. Oh, this must be a leader guy. I've ran into a handful of these. I don't know if that was this update or if it was the one before it, but I've definitely noticed an uptick in those pack leaders or whatever they're called. Technically, you don't need my degree in... Technically, you don't. My degree's in aviation, but it's a fancy way of saying I used my training as credits. I also got my certification as an aviation mechanic through the university. That's cool. My dad got his certification at some point. He was an airplane mechanic. He's in the military right now. So like 20 years ago, he got his airplane mechanic license. I don't know if it was the same thing as what you got. He never flew planes though. He was a crew chief, and now he's a flight line supervisor. But I live next to an Air Force base. So I've got a little experience with like planes and everything. Yeah, the A&P airframe and power plant. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Congrats. Obviously, that's a lot of work. Now, I went to school for mechanical engineering my first year, and then switched it to computer science, and decided that I didn't vibe with college anymore and wanted to take a break. So I took a break, and then 2 years later went back and tried to do a business degree, but I don't think that college was really the next step for me. Also, neither of my parents went to college, and I think the only person in my extended family, I think I have like one uncle that went to college. I've got 7 uncles. So, I mean, it wasn't uncommon, but I gave it a try. Just not for everyone. And also, you don't like need it nowadays. Obviously, for, you know, being a flight tech and learning how to fly planes, it's probably better that you have one. Love it though. I don't love the advice that everyone gives to just go to college and you'll figure it out because college is dang expensive. I agree. And that's where I feel like everything that I have done in my life has been like a little delayed. Like I've just been a little behind the curve. And I don't want to blame like COVID or anything like that, but I was graduating right as COVID was happening, I guess right after. So my senior year got like thrown way up in the air. And by that point, I just wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do. So like engineering was kind of just what I had sort of made my mind up on. But I didn't give it the time that I needed to actually think it through and be like, yeah, I could do this. I wish I had put more time and effort into thinking about it, or at least trying different things out. Maybe doing a community college first instead of going to a bigger school. But I mean, you live and you learn. Full time on YouTube right now, technically, yeah. It's because I have a part-time job, so this is my full-time job. So I do have a job that isn't YouTube that I do take most of my time with, but it's technically still part-time. And earlier this year, whenever I was actually cooking out videos, it was like 50-50 of my time and my other job. But now that we're getting back into things, that's another reason why I hope that we can get more episodes out than at the rate that I was doing before, because I have a bit more time now and I know how to manage my time better. And I think it's just ridiculous that it is taking me so long. What's the part-time job? Ooh, I don't know if I want to get into that. Keep a little bit of my life private. It's nothing like nefarious or weird. I was like, it's in the food industry. We'll say that. Oh, look at the sunrise. Something, so when talking back about the update, I don't want to run back and forth constantly. I should have gotten shulker boxes. Talking about the update, the recent update, having to update all the mods was such a headache, and they still don't work right for whatever reason. So like there's been some weird glitches going on. I do want to keep the leaf litter because I'll keep that. Every block is necessary. I want to keep the leaf litter because we got a lot of terraforming decorations to do. We have a great program in our state that began in COVID where in-state people get 2 free years of community college and then they go from there, which is an amazing program. That does sound awesome. We had, in my high school, you could do concurrent credits, but my parents didn't want me to do that. So I could have left college with like 4 or 5 different courses for college, but for whatever reason it just didn't line up with like the military GI Bill, and so they advised against me doing that. But I really wish I had, because taking 2 classes or taking the same class twice is so annoying. You'll do great. Don't worry about the time stops or things like that. It's important to enjoy those parts of life as well. You don't need to have it figured out instantly. Yeah, I think that's very important. That's one thing I tried to tell my little brother, because he's about to go out into the world, and I tried to make it apparent that he doesn't have to have it all figured out, and he can lean on, you know, us and the family for whatever issues or struggles he might have, because that's what we're there for. We're there to help each other. I'm excited to see what he does though. Also, I entered college on COVID and changed careers and graduated in January. Congratulations. Yeah, I feel like everybody that goes into college ends up changing their major anyway. There needs to be, I don't know what needs to change, but there needs to be like something better in high school so that we all understand what we're doing, or some better way to tackle that, because I feel like that's a very common sentiment. People like go to college and then they have this idea of what they want to do, and then they actually make it to college and it changes completely, because obviously you do a lot of growing in that first like 6-month period of being an adult and technically on your own. So there's just a lot that goes into it. I feel like we could do the transition a little bit better here in the States. Sucks because it really is stressing those steps. But of course, it is important to be with friends and family and have good backup. Yeah, it's nice whenever you have a support system, but not everybody has that all the time. And, you know, it's harder for those people that don't necessarily have such a good support system, or, you know, maybe it's a different time in their life and something. Wow, this is really, really laggy. I just don't want to, like, get rid of too much that I don't have to, you know? This is going to take forever. I wonder if it's a voxy thing. What do the color blocks mean? So you're talking about, like, the bright ones here. This is a schematic of the volcano. It looks very weird right now because whatever reason, Lightmatica and shaders just don't really jive. No, okay. So I think it is a shaders thing. So you can turn shaders off if you guys don't really care that much. I also went into engineering, but I went to technical high school, so I had a class on actual engineering stuff. I realized it wasn't what I wanted to do, and that allowed me to find flying. That's cool. Yeah, I went originally in high school. I think the earlier form of engineering that I wanted to do was aerospace engineering. And then I took an aerospace engineering class in my high school, and I was like, that doesn't really sound as fun as, you know, drawing airplanes and making cool designs and whatnot. So I switched to mechanical engineering because I thought I could do more with like a general degree. Because the whole reason I wanted to get into engineering is because I'm proficient in mathematics and I really like problem solving. And I like to design things. Like, I didn't really know it at that time in my life how much I like to design things. Goodness. That's really bad. We'll have to dig out like a few layers and then turn the shaders off, or turn the rendering off. But I didn't really know how much I liked the designing aspect of it first, and I thought, you know, engineering would be a good way to just think of things and be able to be creative, I suppose, without really realizing that the reason I liked it was because of the creativity. Wow, okay, we're just gonna suck it up. So I ended up realizing that that was the problem. So I tried to switch to computer science because I got, you know, there's a bit more creativity with that. But I didn't vibe with coding, and the program at the college that I went to just didn't work with like my learning style. And no matter what I did, I couldn't get a grasp of it. And I figured before changing my mind again and continuing in college while, you know, wasting money basically, I'd just take a gap year and try and figure it out. And that's kind of what led me. It was around that time that I started YouTube and realized that, hey, this is creative and it's got problem solving and there's analytics and a bit to do with numbers. So it was like, it was kind of the perfect thing. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, and it is not what's advertised. Yeah, I agree. And I feel like I can't speak for a technical high school. I just went to a regular high school, I think. I feel like the regular high school engineering classes need to do a better job about scaring students. We need them to understand that, like, it's not as grandiose a career as they might have expected. There was a time, like, it was a very short amount of time that I thought about doing nuclear engineering. That was cool. That was the one that, like, seemed something that I could be, like, passionate about, and I thought it was really neat. But considering, like, where the nuclear industry is at right now, I decided to just take it off of my board and, you know, think about it later. But I think if nuclear were in a different space in the world right now, like if we actually used it, cared about it, weren't scared about it, that might have been the next engineering approach for me if I went to engineering. I did end up pivoting to business, but that wasn't really vibing with me either. Like, I like business, I just don't think you need to learn about it in college. It's not just playing around with stuff, which is what I wanted to do. My engineering teacher actually used to say someone had to design the applesauce container. Like, that was like a phrase that they used to say. I had some weird engineering teachers. A big part of my my first year in engineering, I had this weird physics teacher that nobody liked, and he failed like every single person. I think I got like a C, but I mean, failed is a strong word. He was not a very fair grader, and he was a really bad teacher and kind of a dick. Business is learning a bunch of jargon to describe things you already know. Yeah. A lot of it is jargon, and it can be picked up. So like, I like business because of the entrepreneurial side of it. I mean, obviously, YouTube is an entrepreneurial career. So that's kind of why I pivoted there. I was like, maybe I can learn something, apply it to YouTube. But I mean, the first year business classes, obviously, I didn't really give it that long. But it was like, why are we doing coloring sheets in business class? Like, I want to learn about actual important things. And it turns out you can just research those things that you want to learn about or that are relative to what you're applying it for, and be just as fine as you would have if you went to college. If not a little bit better, because you actually have a real world application for what you were learning and not just, you know, reading a textbook and taking notes. Which, I mean, in high school is fine, but when you're out in the real world and you kind of understand how things work better, your learning style changes some. This is going to take so long. I definitely thought we need to cut out like this chunk, and for some reason I thought it was going to be quicker than this. Like, I thought we were going to be able to get this side, and then we also need to do some chunk over here, I think. But I thought it was going to go a lot faster than this. Might also be because I'm yapping instead of fully focused. I am ready for it to be cooler. Economics is fairly interesting. The application and connectedness is fascinating. Yeah, I agree. I did enjoy, I had a micro or a macro econ class. I did enjoy learning about that and like the different systems and how it works on a global scale. That was kind of cool. But again, my teacher, he didn't speak very good English, and then the teaching style just didn't vibe with me. And that was like the same with almost every single one of my teachers. And obviously there's a common denominator there, which is me, and not being able to figure out how to learn differently. And I thought that was a big change from high school as well, as learning how to adapt your learning style to different people, especially people that like a lot of the college professors weren't native like citizens. I guess they might have been citizens, but like they weren't originally from America. So like there were people like my macro econ professor, he was from Ghana, I think. My chemistry professor was from Great Britain, which her accent was a lot easier to understand. I had a couple of math teachers that were, I mean, especially in like a lecture hall, it's so hard to hear them to begin with. And I have some like auditory processing issues. So like in a stadium, I can't understand what an announcer is saying to begin with. And then putting myself in a big lecture room with terrible speakers that haven't been updated since the 60s, I can't hear anybody. Why don't I use TNT? Might be faster and cooler. That's true. Oh, no. I forgot to start the flashback recording. Oh, that's great. Pro YouTuber moment. Could use TNT. I don't really care too much about the surrounding terrain either. We do have some gunpowder. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. I do not mind that idea. We've also collected a chunk of sand, which would be perfect. Do you ever have to use the Connect software? I don't think, that doesn't sound familiar. Are you talking about like the school, like the homework platform? We use Canvas for my classes. And no, I am not using netherite until we get to 1,000 days. I think is what I want to do. Yeah, ours was called Canvas. Yeah, the only I would get netherite now, but I kind of like the fact that we don't have it. And the only like instance where I'd find it useful right now is just the tools and the tool health, because it does bump it up significantly whenever you upgrade to netherite. But other than that, I don't really care. I think with the resource pack that I have for armor, I'll show you in a second. So the diamond looks good. And then the netherite version of this armor pack just doesn't, and I really don't like it. So that's been another reason that I've held off. But I will get it around day 1000, whatever that episode ends up being. I don't know if I want to do like a gearing up episode, because I also don't use totems. I don't really care about that. I feel like whenever I have a totem on, it makes me stupid, and I can't think for myself anymore, because there's always that safety net. I need TNT. We need to go to the farm. Should have stopped there first. Streamer brain is real, but my brain, when it's hot outside, is just terrible to begin with. It's so bad. Yeah, and it also kind of, if we delay it too, it kind of gives us a sense of earning it, you know? Yeah. It's been nice, because like every other aspect of this world has been taken pretty fast. Like we had diamond and everything enchanted in the first episode. So, I mean, we can wait 7 episodes for netherite. I mean, it's taken a long time, obviously, but probably just 1 box. Yeah, and then totems. I would like to use them because they are like a nice safety net, but I really prefer to use the shield. And I think if I put a totem on, I would just be like nerfing myself in a weird way. Because I feel like whenever the situation arises that I need to use my shield, I have good battle strategy. I understand how to be cautious and, you know, play it safe like you should in a hardcore world. But if I had a totem, I'd probably be a lot more aggressive, and that would put me in more situations that might not go so well for me and keeping this world. Plus, I want to do something cool for collecting totems. All right. 2, 3, 4 per stack? No, 5. 5 per stack. 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see all of the resources that we've gathered so far, and I think that might be half of them. I have done so much already for this video. I'm already out of sand too. Okay, we'll do this. That's definitely not enough TNT though. I'll probably make another flint and steel. Give me this and a piece of iron. What keybind do you use when picking exactly 1 item from a chest? Oh, that is called mouse tweaks. I will show you. This mod, nope, item scroller. This one allows you to use the scroll wheel to do onesie twosie items. And it also works for shulker boxes. It's really, really convenient. And then I think it also lets me do shift clicking, or I guess it's alt clicking of the same type. So like all the gunpowder, if I hold alt and then click it, then all the gunpowder gets transferred. And that is such a quality of life thing that I absolutely love. Yeah. Iron. There we go. And flint and steel. I think I have extra TNT as well. I haven't used TNT to blow things up often. I keep forgetting that it's a thing. I was collecting sand a little earlier, and in the desert, I think the last time that we collected sand was with TNT. So I should have remembered that that was a thing that we could do. So shocked there aren't more people here because your content is some of my favorite. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about like the numbers because videos are much different than streaming, and I'm not a consistent streamer whatsoever, and I haven't posted in like 3 months. So there's a lot of people that just forget that I exist because, you know, out of sight, out of mind. I'm glad that you all are here, though. I also appreciate it when it's a smaller crowd because it makes me feel less nervous, I guess. I'm not a big people person. Fizzly knows this because we've talked about it before. I am, believe it or not, kind of an introvert, and the idea of sitting down and talking in front of a bunch of people doesn't really vibe well with me. So that's another reason I need to get better at streaming, is because I need to get over this fear, and it'll make me a better YouTuber. It's easy whenever I'm, you know, talking to myself, but whenever there's actual people here. And then also there's the stress of actually streaming, which this time it went surprisingly well so far. Setting up the stream was easy. Hopefully it continues to be easy in the future. I'm not sure. But that's another stressor. I think this is probably a good spread. I should throw my chess piece on though. So we could do TNT or like flying machines, but I feel like it's not a big enough area to do flying machines, but I do want to be a little bit more conscious of my TNT placement so that I'm not wasting a ton. A YouTuber, an introvert? Wow. Yeah. I feel like it's common. It's fairly common, especially in the YouTuber space if you're not a SMP creator. Yeah. I would very, very quickly become overwhelmed. Okay. So we should probably... Do we want to dig in a layer? So that we're like placing it here? Potentially? We can give that a shot. Or we just spam on the top layer. I feel like this is going to take more time doing it this way. What we will see. Digging in 2 is typically the best with softer materials. Yeah, I should probably not do one layer at a time, huh? Yeah, with the stone, it's not going to be a good idea unless we're using like dupers and flying machines. But with the sand, it'll be easy. And with the sandstone and the terracotta. So we can use it for like this stuff over here. And we can just spam it and have fun. Because yeah, look at that hole from... Oh, don't do that. Oh, run. Okay. I also want to do, so like in the vein of more streaming, I want to be better about doing like oh, this is doing nothing. Oh man. Okay, maybe just for the sand then. I want to be better about doing like creative streams and like designing things on camera. Just to practice and have that skill set under my belt. And I feel like it's a fun thing to hang out and do once you get over the nervousness hump of thinking that people are going to judge you for your designs and ideas. Also, when I'm like being creative, I tend to just be quiet. Like I don't even listen to music whenever I'm building or designing things. I just kind of sit here in my office and focus. So I feel like throwing in the element of streaming might be counterproductive towards the creativity aspect of it, but it is worth a try, I think. How many hours? Fingers crossed we're gonna go for another 2-ish. My voice is already starting to hurt, so I might need to take a lozenge. I'm not used to talking for long periods of time. Usually it's short stints or little quips for the camera. But we will see. Yeah, creative building would be fun. And like I have ideas, I just need to do them, you know? And then there's some things, oh, I blew up the beacon. There's a part of me that doesn't want to because of spoilers. But there's another part of me that doesn't really care. I mean, there's 10 people here maybe. And if you guys are, you're chill enough to also watch the episodes, you're not really going to care about getting spoiled what the build is. I don't think you're going to care that much. And it's always worth trying at least and seeing how it goes. And if it doesn't go well, then oh well, we tried it. Actually, would you blow up? Oh yeah, save TNT. We could also do like high pixel stuff, or, you know, like going on to MCCI is the name of it, and doing like mini games with some friends, potentially. Could be fun streams. We could do variety games. Go and play like Subnautica or something. I heard that's good. Do something with... God, I really don't know. There's a lot that we could do that I just need to do. I do think this is going actually kind of fast. Well, there's a bit to clean up here, but that'll be okay. I think the sandstone layer is pretty thick, and it's as malleable as sand, if I'm not wrong. Equals more content. Yeah, exactly. That too. If it's going to be, you know, several weeks between the videos, then streams are a very easy way to keep people updated and keep content rolling. TNT on sand. Yeah, the Etho method. Shoulda trust the ancients. Ancient. I hope Etho doesn't hear that. I swear he's young. Like Etho's gonna be here right now. It was fun. I need to remind myself why I enjoy creating content and not just create content because of like metrics and numbers and stuff. Never doubt the slab. That is for sure. You out of here. God, there's so much sand. I don't need... I went and collected sand. I don't know why I did that. There's plenty of sand here for me to steal from. Ooh, yeah, this is so cool. So technically it's raining right now, but with the shaders in the desert biome, it's a sandstorm instead. So if I go over to the jungle, you can see it's raining. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can see the rain. Barely. You can hear it too. You hear it on the hoppers. And then over in the desert and the Badlands, it's a dust storm. I think that's so cool. Makes me really wish we had some more dynamic weather in Minecraft. Ooh, how are we feeling about the new update? We haven't talked about that yet. I'm actually pretty excited about this new one, the Dappled Forest and the cushions. I really hope they also add backpacks, because that I feel like would be the perfect cherry on top of this update. It's already a banger, but if they put in backpacks, I think it's going to be the best update ever, even potentially surpassing like an end update. But we'll see. I'm excited. That's part of what I want to do for a Halloween build, a Halloween creative build, is something with the Dappled Forest. Oh, I should check and see how much of this space I actually need to clear out. Okay, so yeah, we're still following a bit of the guideline here. Okay. Love the new wood. Yeah, that too. The dappled wood is so cool. So I was playing modded Minecraft before the hardcore series, and what am I looking for? Need another flint and steel. And one of my favorite woods in that mod pack, oh, okay, was like a grayish wood. It's like I think it was a maple wood in that pack, which is basically what the Dappled Forest wood is. It's maple wood. And on top of that, having gray wood, now we also have multicolored leaves, and that is going to be so fun to build with. I cannot wait to build folly bases and build and stuff. It's going to be so good. It's going to be a peak Halloween season because of this Minecraft update. What's your opinion on that Microsoft raised Minecraft Java Edition specs to 16 gigabytes of RAM? I heard about that. I didn't think it was... they're just like guidelines, right? They're not the actual requirements. Or does it actually require your PC to have 16 gigabytes of RAM now? Yeah, no, previously it's 4, but you could modify it, right? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Moving from OpenGL to Vulkan, they're going to need a bit more RAM. Also, I think that might be some of the issues that I was having with the mod pack, or getting the mod set up. Oh, why did I do that? Whenever I first updated, was because of the Vulkan and the way that something with Iris is causing all the issues in my mod pack. And I hope they get resolved soonish. obviously I don't care too much. It's not, I'll show you what I'm talking about there. So there's that weird rendering thing with the schematics in Lightmatica, but also I have this weird line on the horizon and I don't know how to get rid of it. Like usually it fades down, and mine does not whenever I don't have shaders on. But when I do have shaders on, it's completely normal. And I don't know why that is. I tried going through the mods and like one by one, you know, trying to figure it out, but I couldn't. So, and it didn't bother me that much. The amount of assets and loading the game takes now, I think it's time. Yeah. Yeah. I think I play at 8 gigabytes of RAM. Even in... modded might be a little bit higher, but you don't need like too much, and you can allocate too much RAM and cause memory issues. So there is a fine line, but we'll see how the system changes whenever it's fully Vulkan. I was really excited to switch to Vulkan when I found out that they were making the change, and then I updated, and apparently Iris doesn't work with Vulkan because the creator of Iris is actually making a new version of Iris shaders for specifically the Vulkan engine. And that has me excited because, you know, more it should mean more performance increases for running shaders, but we will see. I trust them. They've done so much work already for the shading community that I think whatever they're cooking up is going to be good. God, this is such a mess. We're also not collecting any of these blocks, but it's okay. Have to live with it. We might run out of TNT before we run out of land here. Oh my god. It's so bad. Okay, we're going to turn shaders off real quick. I really don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so there are trees here and then land, and land is what we want to cut to. So we do still have a good chunk, but we're just going to leave shaders off for a little bit and try and get this going well. Bye. Have thank you for being here. It's good chatting. Yeah. Did not love that view. I think we're just gonna have to suck it up and do no shaders for a little while. I mean, and you guys kind of already know what the mountain looks like. If you're on YouTube, there's a thumbnail, and in case you're a Twitch viewer lurking. Ooh, hello. Hello. There is a thumbnail on YouTube that show... Why can't I... Why is this not instant? Oh, did I break the beacon again? A thumbnail that gives a bit of a sneak peek as to what the volcano looks like. But right now, on the macro level... Micro? This would be micro level. It looks a little goofy, I'm sure. Okay, I thought I threw out my flint and steel. It should automatically go back up to pace 2, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. I think if we do another stream this week, it'll probably be around the same time. It might be a little earlier, though. Just by like an hour or two. But I haven't fully decided yet. It depends on how much I can get done tonight, I guess. And then how much I can get done tomorrow. Which I have a busy day tomorrow, and I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get done. But I would like to work on more of the volcano with you guys. I feel like it's a big enough project, and it's grindy enough that it makes like the perfect streaming project. I also have, so like, it's been a while since I've streamed, but we do have the new elements, like the overlays and everything. I also have a be right back screen and a starting soon and a break screen that's different than the BRB screen and actually plays a video, allegedly. Hopefully it works. We might need to test it out. I might need to go to the bathroom and see if it works. But it should play a video while I'm gone, so you guys aren't, you know, fully bored and decide to leave and jump ship to someone else's stream. I'm trying to hold you hostage here as long as I can. Yeah, I think without shaders, as jarring as it is to not see this world in shaders, I think this right now is the best move. Especially for mining out these closer areas. Sorry, a bit off topic, but I can't wait for the dappled forest wood. No, that's not, we were talking about that. Perfect for fantasy forest. I agree. I myself am so excited. That and then the cushions too on top of everything else. The great wood set that we're getting, the great gray wood set, the cushions and multicolored leaves. It's like the perfect update. And then I said, I don't know if you were here, but I said the one thing that would make this probably the best Minecraft update ever would be a backpack or some kind of an inventory fix of some kind. I think if they could do a backpack very well, and I think it would be very Minecrafty. They just need to do it or try. But I guess if they try and they decide they don't like it, but the community likes it, they might regret putting that out there. I don't know. Mojang's weird about their updates. I don't know if you guys have heard. There's a new Xbox CEO, sort of new. She's been in for, I think, the better part of the year, actually. And she recently just did like a restructuring of Microsoft, which Microsoft is the parent company of Mojang. And apparently there were like 14 layers of management between like the developers and the people that would okay the stuff for the updates. So she went in and like removed all of those unnecessary steps for the developers, and hopefully that means it should be a lot easier to get things going for the new updates. I don't know if that was like what was holding them up, why were they so weird about adding certain things or not updating older whatever. But hopefully this is like the start of a new golden age of Minecraft, and that would be so perfect. Really, cushions in PvP. I have not seen anything about that. That seems interesting. I don't know how they would do that. Yeah, good old middle management. Gotta love unnecessary corporate slop. Anybody here excited for GTA? I was excited, and then I realized that it wasn't coming out on PC, and I got very unexcited fast because I do not have an Xbox or a PlayStation. So I have to wait until whenever, 6 months after it releases, to actually play it on PC. Which, whatever, I got Minecraft to play, I suppose. I do like digging. It's kind of relaxing. I feel like it's a good stream activity as well. Just hang out and destroy stuff. Oh, I could show you where the other half of this place is going to be. So there's this big don't. Okay. There's this section over here that we need to dig out, and then oh, maybe there isn't that much on this side. Okay, yeah, there's a bit of this portion that we need to remove. Well, actually, most of it just needs to be textured, I suppose. So this is really just the biggest chunk that we have. But I mean, it is kind of a big chunk. I don't know how much of this is necessary, though. The schematic is really sloppy. We got this, the big terraforming chunk. And then that'll be probably all that I include in the next episode. And then the second part of this project is going to be the bordering farm, which I think I want to do like an ancient temple on the backside of the volcano. And that way the gold farm is like sacrificing the piglins into the fire of the volcano. And that was like some ancient ritual that we discovered. And I think that'll be fun, but I don't have anything designed for it yet, so that's kind of why I think I'm gonna break it up into 2 parts. Worried about it. What are you worried about, GTA? I'm a little concerned as to how many traffic like violations are gonna go up. Like how many people are gonna be getting speeding tickets because of that game. I heard people theorize that it's gonna be the day that it releases is going to be like the #1 call out day in history. Ooh, I should be careful. Might play Minecraft on PC. All the mods look so good. I'm just used to console, yeah. Hey Inca. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, PC is a lot of fun. It's a little more complicated, like whenever you first get into it and you're learning how the mods work and how to set all that stuff up. Once you get the know-how, it's not too bad, but there is a bit of a learning curve whenever you first get into it. Whereas Bedrock, you can just like go to the store and select an add-on, and then that's pretty much all you have to do. So just be wary if you do want to get into it. It can be a little complicated at first, but I mean, there's lots of people that have done it. There's lots of... Oh. Okay, I was really, really worried. Okay. I freaked out there for a second. I don't know what I thought happened. Removal 1. I guess we'll call that. I forgot I had that enabled. I was farming mud earlier, and I was sitting here. So I'll explain what it is. There's a tweaker command called safe AFK. Oh, okay. I hope I'm not stuck in a loop here. It's called tweaker AFK, and basically if you're like AFKing a farm and you take damage, it'll boot you from the server. Just so I don't have any stupid deaths. Yeah, that scared me. Again, it's hot in here. I'm starting to sweat now because of that. I don't know what I thought happened. I'm so terrified of this world, like, crashing and corrupting. Like, that's the biggest fear of mine. I do make backups, like, semi-frequently, so it wouldn't be too big of a deal if it corrupted. But something like this, I haven't made a backup since last episode, and we're almost 100 days into this video. Oh. Switch from console to PC was difficult. Oh, this is a Twitch comment, by the way, for the person, for Fran, you were asking about it. Inca says the switch from console to PC was difficult for me because I physically can't use MMK, so I use Midnight controllers on PC. Yeah, that's a big change too. If you're not very adept with MMK, which I wasn't when I first switched to PC, it's a bit of a curve as well. Be careful here. My streamer brain, I'm not paying attention. Oh. Definitely got a little sweaty there. All the add-ons are buns? Really? I thought you guys had some good ones. I have not played Bedrock in a very long time. I do see... I think it's strange that Mojang advertises add-ons on their like main page. I think that's really weird because they advertise them like they would an actual update, even though they're like creator made, and it doesn't really rub me the right way. I feel like they should have a separate account, like a Bedrock or an add-on specific social for promoting those, because it's weird to see like Hello Kitty Minecraft add-on on Minecraft's main page. How close are we? 63. I do have a box of tools. That'd probably be a good idea to go and collect, so we have some extras. I'm gonna do that before I forget. Also, I don't know if you want this or not, but only Twitch chat goes on screen. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to join them first. Like I'm using the chat overlay through Stream Elements, and I couldn't find the combined chat thing. And that was something I wasn't sure if it was going to work coming into this. So yeah, it is only Twitch chat on the screen. But I mean, I don't think it's too big a deal right now. That's another thing that made me nervous about streaming, is like, oh, what are all these things that can go wrong? But at some point you just have to accept that they might go wrong and you can just fix it. You can't like prepare for everything. You just have to adapt as things happen. Okay, StreamerBot. Yeah, I think I just have Stream Elements connected. But yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it and get it fixed. What am I doing? I'm getting tools. Some of this stuff away. That's not right. Could make more TNT with some of that sand. Now that I am using my brain. Yeah, not too much more. That's okay. We will save that for later, I suppose. Okay, put this away so I don't break it. That would suck. Here. Yes. Okay. Plenty of extra tools. Put this in there, and we're good. Anything else I need? Could drop the head off, I suppose. I do really like that the journey isn't too far. We're running back and forth to the base. Oh, yeah, you can see some of the farming stuff that I was doing over here. I was trying to do a mud farm, and they are incredibly slow. Like, I never realized... Oh, yeah, hey, Lance. Hi, this is me. Long time no see, I guess. Welcome to the chat. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second. What was I thinking about? The mud farms. Mud farms are, like, incredibly slow if they're person-based, and they all have to be person-based because you have to, in some way or another, hydrate the dirt to make mud, and it's just so much faster. It's annoying, but it's so much faster to go to a mangrove swamp, which I was trying to subvert because I find it annoying to go and dig up a ton of mud in a mangrove swamp, but unfortunately that's the faster method for doing things. And it might not matter if I have all the time in the world, but I was rushing to get some of that done before stream, so... Well, you know, for the future. What is my Twitch? Coda_the_crafter, I think. But if you don't want to type it in, there is a link on the YouTube homepage that you can go check out. Also linked in the Discord. Which is, if you make it to Twitch without finding the Discord, if you use the command for !Discord, you will get that in the Twitch chat. Really hope Mojang makes mud farms more efficient somehow. I do too, but I don't know how they would do it. The only way I see mud becoming more efficient is if it didn't only spawn in mangrove swamps. Like, if they added mud like clay in ocean floors or something like that, might be a little bit better. That way you're not fighting through all the roots and, you know, the water and stuff. It's just the ocean water. But the thing that makes it annoying in mangrove swamps is just how much clutter and crap is everywhere in that place. And it's not a very fun experience. So if they made it either more abundant or more fun, then I feel like that'd be a good change. But I don't know how they could change the mechanic of it to make it easier to farm. Maybe if they made... I know there's a data pack for vanilla tweaks, I think it is, that has, like, cauldron mud. Like, you can use a water cauldron to create a bunch of mud. I don't know how it works. I've never used it before, but maybe something along those lines could be good as well. There's a lot of, like, older systems that need to be updated. And we were talking about the recent changes in management and removal of 14 layers of middle people that maybe will make the game development a little bit smoother. Hopefully, for the future. Yeah, this is a little tedious right now. Thankfully, it is just the one chunk. I was a little bit smart when designing the volcano. I designed it mostly on top of the terrain, other than this section here. So it is a little tedious for the time being. I should be saving all this stone. I don't have any stone. I used it all. Inventory is nasty. Yeah, muddy riverbanks in generation, in the world generation, I think is a necessity. Even if it's just like 1 or 2 biomes. Like if we get dark oak forest and then we get a river through the dark oak forest, we should have a muddy river in that biome. Like it just a small change would be nice. But like it seems like they add new blocks and then the new blocks are stuck where they're added and they're never brought forward into new biomes or other structures. Like there's nothing that gets updated. Like I don't think they've added a new block to like village generation other than updating the loot tables. We could be smart and fill our inventory. That way we only get stone. Using our noggin. Read the Bible is just a fantasy book. Yeah. I don't know if they keep it in the fantasy section anymore. A lot of people would be upset about that. Ooh, mud-centered animals. Yeah, like a dynamic pig texture that whenever there's mud or dirt underneath of them, they become a muddy pig. Like Fresh Animations does. I think it's Fresh Animations. But I don't think it's environment-centered. I think it's just a random chance for the Fresh Animations texture. There's a lot of ideas that the community has that could make this game, you know, that much better for specific people. But Mojang, they are very focused on making the game great, or at least good. It doesn't necessarily have to be great for everybody. And I think that's kind of what makes things take so long sometimes. They're too busy pandering to everybody's needs. Maybe not pandering is a good word. Making sure everybody is included and taken care of, I suppose. There you go. Both platforms. Thank you for that. Yeah, we got Twitch and YouTube, and eventually maybe we'll do TikTok. I do have a TikTok, but I am not a big TikTok person. I don't really care about creating shorts like that. Like, I'd be okay with clips, I suppose, but creating, like, short-form content in that way isn't really enticing to me. Snakes could be cool. Although I don't know if they add dangerous animals. Like, they said they weren't going to add sharks because they don't want people to go up to sharks in real life or something like that. They have some strange rules. Some more useless animals, just like a little life that lives in the world. Add little birds that fly high in the ground and drop feathers or something. Yeah. I like that Minecraft is somewhat simple. It gives room for the awesome mods. That's true. It does let you customize your experience a lot. That's something that I don't see a lot of people like giving me a hard time in the comments about like the mods that I use, which I'm thankful for. But I use a lot of quality of life mods that make content creation so much easier. Like the shulker box mod where I can, you know, do this it's a little overpowered, but it makes my time so much easier and so much more efficient whenever I'm trying to focus on creating content, not messing with my inventory and trying to get things to work. And I really don't have too many mods. I think for the long time down the road, I want to do another hardcore series after this one, like season 2 basically. And I want to do Terralith as like the main data pack mod, because the more that I do terrain in this world, the more that I wish like things were spaced out. But if you go to the vanilla version of that, which is not amplified, but bigger biomes, those are just huge. Like they're 10,000 block wide plains, and I don't really want that. That's too much. But Terralith is a data pack or a mod that just revamps the terrain and makes the biomes bigger without making them ginormous. And I think it'll make for a very fun set piece that we can focus on more of like the builds and the details rather than how we're going to make the landscape look good as well. But that's still a long time away, so we'll see how my sentiment changes. Goodness. Rain could have a chance of turning uncovered dirt into mud. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with Fizzly. There's some changes they could make that seem good like on the surface, but it would mess with some other aspect of the game just because there is so much going on here. Excuse me. I do think I've just been craving fall, and going back to talking about updates, I think this is going to be a good fall because of the Minecraft update, and I think it's going to be a very nostalgic fall for me. I hope at least. There hasn't been a nostalgic fall in a while. But maybe it's just the heat wave, maybe it's the optimism speaking, but I really hope this fall will be fun. I think that Minecraft update's going to be a good contributor to that. Nice and cozy. Also hope we have a longer fall. Like, I think fall is my favorite season, and it's never long enough. It always snows way too early. I like watching your videos while drawing. It's basically tradition for me to do that with all Minecraft videos. I like that. Yeah, when I watch YouTube, because I only watch Minecraft stuff on YouTube, I am either grinding out resources, something that like I am not using my brain for, so I can half focus on what's going on in the video, or I'm doing like chores or something like that. I'm trying to be better about that, because I used to just watch it, I guess whenever, doing whatever. So like I'd be designing something or doing resources or just any random task, and if there was a video to watch, I'd put it on. And I think that's really bad for your creativity and your brain. It's like there's too much happening. There's going to be a lot of annoying little blocks to take care of. I also switched the Litematica color space, so I used to have blue schematics. Now I have green, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. It's kind of cool, but I don't know if there's a big difference that's necessary. I feel like for this build it's going to be hard because a lot of the terrain is green. Like we have a lot of dark terrain, and then we also have a lot of green terrain. So it might be a little too samey for this one. I might have to switch it back. Mumbo's art video? Yeah, that one was cool. That was I'm not doing anything else. I'm sitting here and watching this video in chunks, so I can see into his creative process, and that was a really good video. I think it resounded with the community a lot. Yeah, I think we're all a lot. I guess I don't want to speak for everybody. There's a lot of my fans who are also big Hermitcraft people, but I think that's just common. If you're into Minecraft, there's like a 70% chance you've heard of Hermitcraft or are an active fan of Hermitcraft. And I go through phases where I like want to catch every single video and know what's going on, and then other times I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But I don't have the creative bandwidth to also be watching any Minecraft YouTube right now, so I just kind of let the videos pile up, and then when I'm in the mood again, I go and binge them all. It's not a bad system. Yeah, Minecraft equals Hermitcraft. That is like the most prestigious server group of people in all of Minecraft, and there's no replicating it. Many have tried, but you will never be able to replicate Hermitcraft. We don't have too much more. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We've barely made a chunk of this. Okay, I think this side won't be too bad. This side scares me, though. This is going to be really fun. I don't think we're going to finish even half of this today. Which is okay. Just here to hang out and have fun. Only watch Gem and Green because I can't keep up with everyone. Yeah, that is a completely fair take. I can't see where this guy is. There you are. Yeah, that is completely fair. I would say those are... That's a good choice. Gem and Green are fun. They're creative. They do a good job of, you know, including a lot of other hermits in their videos as well. And they're a good duo. Good sibling duo. Hermitcraft recap. Yeah, that's great for watching the smaller creators. Yeah. Although I don't think the smaller hermits have been posting too much. I know Hypno and Wells haven't been on too often. But yeah, when I do feel like I need a catch-up, the Hermitcraft recap is a good starting place. Shoot. Do they shoot slower than regular skeletons? I think it'd be fun to do like a PvP or I guess PvE map of some kind on stream. Some kind of a MCCI thing. I think they what am I thinking of? Like the Sands of Time thing, but not Sands of Time. It's kind of like an RPG that they added. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, yeah, there are a couple of them moving. I know Beef is moving. I didn't know if Hypno or Wells was moving. No clue. Yeah, Mumbo moved to France, though, and Beef is moving to Portugal actively. I don't think his move is going very well, though. If you've seen the moving to France video, that one's pretty good, too. Took me a while to watch that one, but I think I watched it like 2 days ago. That one was cool. I think Mumbo's just a really good storyteller. And then he's also obviously really good at filmography, so he makes it really beautiful and digestible in video form. Oh, thank you, Fizzly. I didn't even see what was going on there. We go back to TNT now. I should go dump off some of this stone. I can't believe I ran out of all of my stone. I had like 10 double chests and they had just been used over time for little things. Yeah, lots of trolls. I appreciate that. We haven't really had anyone so far. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. I'm used to looking. So I have like the YouTube chat like up there, and then Twitch chat's lower on OBS, and it's kind of darker too. So I don't really, my eye doesn't catch it whenever there's a new chat there. So I'm just completely missing some of them. So I apologize for that. Haven't watched much of Mumbo. I might start watching. Mumbo's a good one. Mumbo is a good hermit to watch. Yeah. I don't know if there's more to say than that. He's just a good hermit to watch. And he makes easy videos to digest. Like, you don't have to have seen the rest of his videos to enjoy a current one, if that makes sense. They're pretty good about that. Can't believe we're just outside of the beacon range. One thing, if they do add backpacks, one thing that I learned that I really like playing modded Minecraft is having like backpack abilities and having build crafting in Minecraft. If you guys know what build crafting is, it's not like crafting materials. It's like in RPG games, you like invest in skills that improve your playing experience, that kind of build crafting. And if we had stuff like they do in modded Minecraft where like your backpack has the ability to grant you haste 1 or water breathing or whatever, I think that would be so fun. and then they could be themed, like traveler's backpacks, where you have like an axolotl one that gives you water breathing, or a bat one that makes you annoying. I don't know. But there's lots of different things that they could do. Take inspiration from the modding community. Oh, that actually needs to be stone. I'm just gonna leave it. Yeah, I think I do need... No, I've already collected stone. I did. Gosh. Wasted time, too. Collected stone getting materials ready for this build when I'm mining out a ton of stone that I could have just used and not been redundant with my time. That's okay. One person, I think, if you have the time, one person that's just like fun to watch, it's like a cozy watch. Joe Hills is just so quirky and weird that all of his videos are just like, they're fun. They're enjoyable experiences because they're very out of left pocket and strange, but in a good way. Oliver says, hey, love your vids. How's life? Life is better now that I'm actually feeling okay and back in a creative mindset. Water breathing backpack needs a blue axolotl. See, they could do some like progression based ones as well. That would be a good reason to get a blue axolotl, where, you know, in any other playthrough you wouldn't really have a need for one of those. That I think is a really good idea. Like some rare materials, like you need an enchanted golden apple to get haste 1, but then you need to like refill the backpack every once in a while or something like that. There's a lot of fun things that they could do, and I think they're scared to do anything too strange because they don't know how people are going to react. And there's way too many people in the community that are going to give them a lot of grief for trying something new. But I think they need to be allowed to try some new stuff and fail every once in a while. That's how we get innovation. Yeah, I really like that blue axolotl idea, though. So if there were more rare mobs that you could collect in some ways to, like, to fuel the backpacks or something. Do we want to move to a different section here? I want to get rid of this, but at the same time, I want to be more fluid with the terraforming. So I don't want to care too much about what we do on the backside here. I want to be able to do it on my own. I'm only worried really about the front side, so I might stop here and move over there. Man, we're about halfway through the stream, though. Made a good chunk of progress so far. Had some good chats. I feel like it's a lot easier chatting when there are people to chat with. So like just coming up and chatting to the void is a lot harder than when there's actually people here. So I appreciate you people being here. Making this a lot easier for me. You have any advice for starting a forever world? No, I do not. I don't think I'm a good... I can give some advice, but I am not a person with a forever world. So I don't know if you should take my advice with more than a grain of salt. We can spew some stuff here in chat, and there's a lot of people here that are longtime Minecraft players. But I mean, me personally, I don't really have anything like that. Like, the closest thing I came to a forever world was my old survival YouTube series, and I stopped doing that because of, you know, YouTube and channel growth, and needed to do something different. I do still have the world, I just don't play on it anymore, so I don't know if you'd consider that to be a forever world. But one of the things that really drives me, especially in this world, is the story that I'm creating with my builds and with the terrain and everything, and a lot of the lore aspects are kind of driving my motivation to build in this world and to continue it. And then also there's the fact that it's also a YouTube series and I make videos out of it. But I think coming up with a story that is intriguing to you and you alone, because obviously it's your world, is one of the easiest ways to build motivation in the times that you aren't really feeling motivated to work on something. And then also I'd say, you know, watching people and getting inspired by what you see on the internet's a good way to keep the ball rolling. And then it's also good if you just take a break now and again and, you know, give your creativity some time to rest and recuperate. That is also a severely underrated trait of maintaining a forever world, I think. Just some time to let it sit. They love encouraging exploration, so maybe some biome-specific mobs. Goats for jump boost or something. That could be cool. And then something with like the, the sulfur cube backpack could be like an item vacuum. It's like you walk over blocks and like if I'm this far away, maybe the sulfur cube backpack will help me hoover up those items. That would be cool. Usually shy typing in streams, but it's pretty chill here. Good. I am glad you are chillaxed. That is one thing that I really appreciate about this level of streaming, because I know there's certain upper levels where it gets really, really crazy, but I enjoy these smaller hangouts, really, and being able to just chat basically one-on-one with everyone. Bisley says the first step is to start it and then think about what you enjoy about playing the world. If the answer is early game Minecraft, you probably wouldn't enjoy a forever world. I agree with that. But there's also, if you are an early game player and you never challenge yourself to be end game, you'll never know if you do like it. So it is worth a shot. If you start your forever world and you are an early game player, it's worth a shot trying to see how far you can take it into the end game. And the end game is different for every player. So that could mean like mega builds, could mean mega farms, like just, it's usually, I guess, a bigger scale is what Minecraft endgame is. But you definitely should give it a shot if you haven't before, and that could be your driving purpose to maintain the forever world. And the reason I say I don't have a forever world, like I would call this a forever world, but my plans in this world are different than normal, I suppose, like normal Minecraft YouTubers. I don't want to survive in this world forever. Like if I make it to day 10,000, even if there's still stuff on the project docket, I will probably end it because like that's just ridiculous. The reason that I'm in this world right now, the reason that it's a hardcore world is because my purpose is to create a story from this land, this, you know, the generation, whatever. I'm creating a story out of this place, and once that story is told, or, you know, told well enough, then I'm going to move on to a different story. And that's kind of like the driving motivation factor for me. So if that helps you at all. But I really... Did you guys hear that? I think my mic picked it up, but I don't think the filters in OBS picked it up. My dog just shook her collar. I've been playing Minecraft for a while and I have never finished it. Really? I know you're not alone. I know there's a large number of people that have never beaten the game. You should pull a Kulani. I don't understand that reference. Is that a YouTuber? Don't want to bust this pickaxe. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, I am by no means an expert, but we can give you some anecdotal advice, stuff that's, you know, relevant in our worlds and what we do here. Tools. Don't let me forget that this box is sitting here. Yeah, okay. I figured with context that that's what they did. I think we're gonna run out of beacon here pretty soon too. Like we're already pretty much on the outskirts of it. We'll see. Oh, yeah, okay. There it is. Purpose and motivation is what it's going to come down to in the end, honestly, especially if you want to go in for a longer time. Yeah. And I would say you don't have to feel bad if you are in your world and you aren't really feeling it anymore and you want to start again. Like, you don't have to feel like you need to be in this world forever. It's kind of just a trend on YouTube that people are doing. So please don't feel bad if you can't make it forever. Like, that's just something YouTubers are saying to get clicks. You don't have to feel like that's something that everyone is doing right now. Pretty cool. He got so bored he created his own Minecraft multiverse. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I know, back to Hermitcraft, I know Scar has his, like, Scarverse and his, like, multiple personalities. But that's kind of taken through the Hermitcraft seasons, not really a single-player world. But it is kind of like that. Like, we got dressed up, we have a skin for this world, we'll have a skin for the next world. Well, actually, spoiler, we'll have multiple skins for this world and probably multiple skins for the next world. There's at least one other skin that I want to do. For this one, there might be another now that I'm thinking about it, but there is at least one more outfit change I want to do in this world before we move on. And then we'll have a new character for the new world, and it'll be fun. Which, again, that's so far into the future. I'm hoping that we can get most of what I want to get done in this world done in, like, 2 years. Maybe. Maybe. And that's another reason I want to get better about producing videos quicker. I don't really have a day goal in mind, but if we get to, like, 5,000 days, I'd probably be happy with that. Unless we finish everything early, then of course I'd be happy. But I don't really have, like, a fixed criteria for moving on to the next world yet. There's a lot to be done in this one. There's also, I feel like we're entering sort of the end game here. So some of these, like, bigger grindy projects can be easy stream things. And we can separate, like, the streams and the videos and get more work done that way. I think that's a good strategy to try and use. Okay, I think we're going to move on to a different section now. I'm tired of not having the beacon. His lore is pretty cool. Martin has a semi... Hold on. Yeah, okay. So Martin has a semi-multiverse connecting all of his characters and lore. And Kalani posts mini-movies every few months. That's cool. Those are a lot of work, though. His lore is pretty cool and interesting. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, lore is just our storytelling. Our personal motivations, I suppose. It's fun. It also can't be too complicated, because then you're going to get lost, or the audience is going to get lost. That's one thing I like about Hermitcraft, is they do have lore, but it is storytelling focused. It's not like, you know, deep ancient texts or whatever. It's mostly just to motivate their characters for the season that they're playing in. And that's what makes it a lot of fun, because you get a lot of new characters interacting every single season in different ways that they might not have interacted before. Like, we have a ice princess in the form of an angry German redstone technician who is fighting with Scar, who's doing, like, a Star Wars themed one. So the angry German created a Death Star in order to intimidate / blow up Scar and his character. That would not have happened if they didn't choose those specific characters to play this season. And it wasn't like a lore text, like, they don't have huge motivations behind it. They're just, you know, following their character paths and creating fun and engaging content for the viewers. They really stumbled onto a good dynamic with that team. I do wonder how they're going to do another member, because I feel like there aren't really many people that fit the Hermitcraft criteria. Hermitcraft is fun because they don't take themselves too seriously with the lore. I agree. Yeah, they maintain appropriate levels of whimsy without being like overly childish. So you got generations that enjoy watching Hermitcraft together. You got kids and parents that can enjoy it together. People that have grown up watching Hermitcraft for 10 years that are still enjoying it, even though they're adults now. That's good. Yeah, I think they're going to be really hard pressed to find anyone new. Even though they have like people in their circle, I don't think there's really any hermit worthy people, at least right now. And there's also like so many creators out there. There's probably millions of YouTubers who could do a good job on Hermitcraft, but you know, there's just millions of them, so it's gonna be hard to narrow it down. I wish there was a filter for picking up junk. That would be a nice backpack edition. It's like, don't give me the crap, just give me the stuff that I need. But I don't want to have to fiddle with it every time I clear out my inventory. It's also a huge time commitment away from any other projects. Yeah, if you're doing Hermitcraft, you're not doing anything else for very long. You can do one-off things, but not much past that. Oh, you know what's going to be terrible? I have to repair all of those pickaxes. Which means I need to get a new sword for the XP farm. It's really not good combination when I use my fire aspect sword. Okay. Future problems. Isn't going too bad. We still have that main chunk, but I mean, we got a good portion of this area done. And we still got a little over an hour. Get some of this done. I had to go and get more shulker boxes at the beginning of this video because I am just running out constantly. I would like to have a shulker farm, but I can't for the life of me think of a good build to put the shulker farm inside of. You know, we could just do one like in the end, but that's not fun. I need to do a big think or just have an epiphany in the shower one day. It's like, oh, that's what I should do. Jimmy would be a decent add to the group. Scott is in that circle, but way too busy. I honestly don't think Jimmy would make a good hermit. And I know that might be a little controversial. I love Jimmy. I think he's a great guy, but I don't think he has like the hermit mentality, if that makes sense. And I could be wrong. I didn't watch Empire, so I don't really know how he does SMP wise. But just surface level from like what I do watch his videos occasionally. I don't know. There's something about it that I don't think clicks quite right. I think he might be like too energetic, if that can be a reason. It would also be nice to have a hermit that's like completely out of left field. Like a Cinderella story, you know? That's fair. He's more silly. Skiz is in the same category, but he can tone himself down. Yeah. I like Skiz. And I think he makes an alright hermit. Like, he gets along with everyone. Not that Jimmy, like, has enemies, but I don't think he would get along with everyone the same way that Skiz does. I don't know, but I could just be looking at it wrong too. I don't know what kind of archetype that the next hermit would be though. Like they have plenty of good builders. They have lots of personality and quirkiness. Maybe they go for another quirky hermit, or maybe, you know, someone very charismatic like Jimmy would be a good addition because they don't really have too many outgoing archetypes like that. I also feel like maybe, now that I'm thinking about it more, I think maybe the content that Jimmy makes is the reason that I don't feel him as a hermit. Like, he does too many like trendy things maybe, and not enough, like I don't see him in enough like Let's Play content, and maybe that's why I don't see him immediately as a hermit. But maybe he joins Hermitcraft and it's like, oh yeah, he could do that the whole time. He could be a good Let's Play or SMP guy. You never know. I'm also curious who like the next person to leave Hermitcraft is going to be. I feel like we always end up talking about Hermitcraft when we're streaming. Gonna don't remember the names. Iskal. That was kind of a out of left field leaving. I really hope that doesn't happen to any of the other hermits. But I would be curious to see who's next. Like, I think if anyone does leave, it's going to be more like a retirement thing. Like an actual retirement, not like a, I'm retired from YouTube, but I'm still going to post like every single week, like Mumbo did. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know how long this next season's going to be, though. Or this current season is. Probably be another year. Not sure. I think what I want to do, if we do end up streaming later this week, I think we might work on the design some of the temple. I think I want to, you see that hole right there? That's an air hole. That is going to be roughly where the temple is. And if it's not like a design thing, we might do, I don't want to say this. There's a lot that we could work on other than just digging, as much fun as this is, but we could do something a bit more mentally stimulating later this week. It's got to be fairly long. Yeah, I guess Tango does still have a lot to do, huh? That'll be crazy. One of the biggest survival Minecraft projects ever. Survival game projects ever, I think. I don't know that for sure. What's the resource pack for the armor bar? It's a mod, not a resource pack. It's called Detailed Armor Bar Refabricated. I think it's Detailed Armor Bar Reconstructed. Yeah, but it is a mod, not a resource pack. And then the armor itself is a resource pack. That one is called Spurson's Armor? Knight Armor? It's kind of a weird spelling, but if you go into Modrinth and just type in Knight Armor, it should pop up. And some weird S name. Yeah. Not a problem. Oop, beacon's back. Yeah, you can see I had to collect so many leaves for this. We have a tropical island covered in palm trees, and palm trees need jungle leaves, so I had to collect a ton of jungle leaves, and that is not fun. It's okay, maybe whenever you're doing it in the wild, you're going out to a jungle and collecting them, but doing it with bone meal sucks. I would not recommend it, and I will never be doing that again. It took me so long, and I needed like 7 shulker boxes, and it was not a fun experience. Can't see anything now. Also, I like that I learned how to make trees, but I also kind of hate myself for it now, because I feel like everything needs a tree. And we're going to be building hundreds of trees for this island. And it'll look good, but it'll be a pain, and I'm sure I'll hate myself by the end of it. Because putting them in creative is so easy, and then actually doing it in survival is so much harder. I do want to keep the orange sand. I think that would be a good idea. Trees are definitely an addiction. Yeah. What I need to do is get better at doing them in survival, and not just creative. I feel like it'll translate okay, I just need to do it. but it's also so much faster to just do it in creative mode. Some of it is a, what is that called? Sunk cost fallacy, where it's like, is the time to learn the skill worth the time, the extra time that it would take, or is it just better to do it the simpler and easier way, even though it might not be, you know, conducive to a growing mental environment? That, I don't think I used that right. I'm also weirdly tired still, or already. It's hours before my bedtime. Saying that like I'm a child. Bedtime's important though. But I got weirdly tired after, what did I do? I think I drank some tea and it just made me tired for some reason, but it wasn't like a physical tired, it was like a digestion tired. I got no idea what was going on with that. Beacon, please. I think we might just be out of range. I swear, if we have to move the beacon like 4 times, I'm going to be a little upset. Sunk cost fallacy is that you sunk so many hours into something that you won't. Okay, yeah. So I did say that wrong. Sunk cost fallacy is you sunk so many hours into something that you won't stop even if you're not getting anywhere. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't really apply to what I was thinking. I don't know what I was trying to say then. Is it worth the, like, time sink to develop the skill? I don't know. I think we're going to go from the top, though. I need to be doing this again. Maybe we can bring out the TNT. I do think it'd be fun to play other games on stream, but I don't really know if that's worth it. Like, I'm a Minecraft YouTuber, and I don't really have a streaming audience, so I don't know if it'll be worth playing other games until I have a bigger audience to enjoy them with. I do have, like, a second channel and a VOD channel that are, you know, somewhere out there in the ether. So I do have it prepared. I just haven't taken that step yet. We are wasting so much sandstone here. That's okay. We're not building with it in, like, anything, I don't think. What editing app or software do you use? Because mine keeps crashing. Or do you know any free recs that are good? I started out with DaVinci, but that gave me a lot of issues, like with crashes and everything. So it could depend on your system specs, but currently right now I use the Adobe suite. So Premiere Pro for my editing, and then I also use Photoshop for thumbnails and whatnot. But, I mean, DaVinci wasn't bad. It just wasn't worth the frustration that I had, and your situation could be different. But if you're already having crashes, it might still be the same issue for DaVinci. But it's worth a shot. And I mean, I guess if you're already using editing software, it's not too hard to learn. If you're going in completely blind, it'll be a little bit harder, but if you look up some tutorials, it'll be completely fine. Photopea is a semi-decent alternative to Photoshop as well. I think I've heard of that before. But yeah, I think I used DaVinci for like 2 years, and then just got fed up with, you know, how many times it was crashing and everything, which it can be, it's definitely system dependent. I was also on a much worse computer. I was on like a laptop doing it. So I just made the switch to Adobe, and, you know, kind of just been here ever since. It's not bad. I mean, they all have their ups and downs. You just kind of have to find one that you prefer. And with Adobe, you pay for like the suite. So I get Premiere and Photoshop and After Effects, or, you know, whatever else Adobe program I could need. We're gonna run out of flint and steel. That's okay. It was able to get us a good chunk of the way there. Perfect TNT hole. One of the streams that I want to do, it would probably be next week, but I would like to do a detail stream where we go through the island and just, you know, add a bunch of life and bushes and grass and stuff. I think that could be fun. So I didn't do much of that in the creative world, so I left it for us to explore later. I also think it'd be fun to do like a little field trip onto Hermitcraft and see Corralis's season, whatever the last one was, 11 base, because he did some really good jungle terraforming terrain, and I think that'd be a good baseline for inspiration for the micro details here. Stuck in a hole. Where do I use this? My last TNT. Boo. I can always run home and get more. Those do a lot, actually. That was a good shout. Now we can start layer by layer. Yeah, like I can hear my dog, but I don't think it's coming across the microphone, which is okay. She's laying in the office with me. I would have my door closed, but again, it's hotter than hell in Kansas right now. And my AC is working overtime. Oh, I do need gravel, actually. That is good. Need to make a lot of coarse dirt. I am like halfway through collecting the materials. I've got the bulk of the stuff out of the way, like the big, you know, like moss, and we're halfway through getting all the mud and stuff, but like the big chunks for the terrain. And then there's just a lot of little things for like the trees and stuff. Overall, it's not like a huge material list. It's just a lot of the items that I do have. And that can be annoying. Especially when I don't have forever to wait on a mud farm. What am I doing here? I am very excited for the approaching fall, though. I need it to be cooler for my brain. I think the cool weather is good for creativity as well. Something about it makes me feel rejuvenated. Oh, it feels weird. I didn't swim like at all this summer yet. It's usually a thing I do. I mean, it's a very summery thing to swim. Just didn't get to it this year. Are you another captain? Maybe. Got some thumping music though. What a big chunk of land. I severely underestimated how much work this would be. I thought we could do all of this in one stream. And we might be able to do most of it, but definitely not all of it. I even forgot to start the flashback recording again. God, I'm so good. Such a professional. But I was thinking with the rest of the build, I think the driving lore behind it, the story that I want to tell, is it's going to be more like a found thing. So I want the temple that we're going to build on the back of the island to be very ancient, and then I want it to be like we're discovering this weird ritual that's going on with the gold farm and the piglins and all that stuff, kind of inspired by like South American, like Aztec, Inca sacrifices, and you know, the temple of the sun god and whatnot. But I need to do more research and figure out what exactly I want the temple to look like. I have a vague idea and some shapes in the creative copy, but nothing that I'm too like serious about yet. We could do a different direction and go for like kind of an Indiana Jones thing. I don't remember the name of the movie, the alien one. And go for like a foreign presence, but also with those ancient intertwinings. Could be a fun approach. But there's like too much that goes into the idea of the build that I don't have worked out yet. And that's why I'm gonna delay it another episode. What I need is the tool switch from Tweakaroo, so I can be more efficient about my mining. Too much swapping to a pickaxe from the shovel and swapping back. Redonkulous. I do think it would be fun to do a mini game stream like on MCCI, and we could get people to join up and play with some viewers. Lots to do. Now that I actually feel like doing it. And I feel the motivation to hang out and stream, talk to people, just chill and do stuff in Minecraft. We'll see how long it lasts. Ooh, skeleton. I think most of this is a stony shore. We should be able to get a lot of gravel. I don't know how Pearl can stream for so long. She does like 12-hour streams. Ridiculous. I'm already tapping out at 2 hours and 5 minutes. I guess it's probably like a skill or a muscle. You just gotta work it to get better at it. I did, so you can see, I guess, some of the trees. Most of them are palm trees, but I think about 30 or 40% of them are eucalyptus trees. Just for a bit of variety. Throw a little curveball here or there. We don't need a beacon for sandstone. So, hopefully some of the lower areas are more sandstone heavy. We're gonna need to replace a shovel too. I wonder how the YouTube VOD's gonna go. I hope it translates okay. That's another thing that I had to figure out, or still have to figure out. So it would be nice to listen to, you know, copyrighted music and then not get demonetized for the VODs. That way we can do like listening parties. We can listen to albums. Have fun talking about music. It's the shovel that's almost... I gotta watch out for that. This is where netherite would be really useful, because the amount of tools that I'm gonna go through doing this is nutty. Oh yeah, you can transfer the VODs. That's like, you gotta download it. Do you have the automatic music thingy for VODs? I have no clue. I know I have auto VODs, and then my music's all going to the same track as my microphone and the streaming. Past that, I got no clue. Yeah, I'll figure it out at some point. Wish I had more TNT now. Should I collect some of... I think we're missing out on some gravel. Basically deletes the music from the VODs, prevents copyright stuff. Ooh, that sounds useful. Yeah. I'll have to look more into that. I figured just doing the stream was enough to get started, and then I'd slowly work out the kinks as they arose. Oh, I do want to get... I was thinking about it earlier this week. It's Tuesday. There's no much earlier in this week. At some point, maybe it was the weekend. I think I want to get some new channel art at some point early next year. Like a new icon. But I haven't fully made up my mind yet. Do a light little rebrand. Nothing too crazy though. Basically the same idea in a different artist format. God, there are so many blocks here. Why did I do this to myself? Can't see anything. I do think turning off shaders was the right move though. This would have been really chaotic and all over the place if we didn't. Oh. I always like emotes you can react with, like a heart one, waving one, that sort of thing. I do have emotes. I thought I had emotes. Oh. I just broke my shovel. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, there should be follower emotes. I don't think I have just sub only, but they might be sub only, which I need to change. I also want to get different emotes, because I don't necessarily love the ones that I commissioned earlier this year. But again, I figured, you know, with time, we'll change some things. We'll get some things swapped out. I did find some artists that I like on VGen, I think is what it's called, instead of the platform that I had been using, so not sure if they're there for followers. Okay. Well, I don't think they're Prime based, but I guess as a moderator, that might be the other stipulation. That order's right either. And there are animated ones, but I think those are definitely sub-only. Which feels... I probably should change that. I haven't tweaked the emotes in months. But, I mean, obviously I hadn't even started streaming on Twitch yet, so it wasn't really something I was thinking about. Oh, why didn't I grab a new pickaxe while I was over there? Ugh. I'm glad we're not having to tear out this entire thing. That would be an even bigger headache. Also, cannot believe our inventory is already full. Does YouTube have emotes for streaming? I think it's just for members, right? I feel like it's a big missed opportunity. Just need some basic emotes for subscribers. I really can't believe I wasted all that time earlier getting sand. I had plenty here. Ew. What is that? Is it a fish? I do not like that thing. Yeah, emotes would be on the list of new things to get at some point next year, early next year. I feel like it's nice to do that stuff at the beginning of the year because it feels like a New Year's revamp, I suppose. Oh, that's great. Collecting way too much sandstone. Do not need all of this sandstone. I almost forgot to switch out the pickaxe. Okay, Silk Touch. Yeah, we got 9 Silk Touch and 6 Fortune. And we've gone through 3 Silk Touch, so should be able to make it through this project, hopefully. I think they need to fire whoever made those. Is a volcano just a decoration, or are you going to use it for something? We are... that right there is the overworld side of a gold farm. So this is going to be the collection area for my gold farm. Very over-the-top way of doing things, but it was fun. I wanted to build a gold farm, and I didn't really like what I was doing nether side, so I figured I'd flip the script and we just do an overworld build for the gold farm. And then on this side of the world also we're gonna have we're gonna add like a temple on the back of the volcano and do the bartering farm sort of attached to that part of it. So there's gonna be more than like just the volcano going into it, but yeah, it's basically just the cover for the gold farm on the overworld side that I'm only rarely gonna see, because I'm most likely just gonna be popping in through whatever portal, collecting this stuff, and then leaving. But it was fun. We'll go through it in the video. My motivation for working on this project is that I want to get better at terraforming, and so this is practice for doing that. So it might feel a little useless, but it's good skills that we're practicing right now. Need to make sure I'm collecting the gravel. And mostly stone. The music stop? Yeah, it did. Wow. We made it all the way through the music playlist. What am I watching? It's like a block was getting launched into the sky. Luckily, most of the project will be placing blocks. We just got to get a good chunk of them out of the way first. And then we can put on top. Got a nice, like, tropical island feel going, and then we have a cool coastline that is pretty plain, but I'm not sure what to add to it. I like the calmness of the beach that we have, which you'll see more of at some point. And I feel like messing it up too much with like sea clutter, like seaweed and washed up branches and whatnot, just didn't look right. Kind of ruined the picturesque feel that I was going for. We can also use the gold farm once we attach the bartering farm to it, though, to get blackstone, and that's going to be an easy way to get that block for the other builds that we're going to do in our main kingdom area. So we're going to use a lot of blackstone, and I'm already tired of mining it. We've experimented with sea stacks. They're pretty cool. I don't know what that is. Love the trees. Yeah, thank you. There will be a better look at them in the episode. I'll go through like some of the creative process and the design for the trees, the island, all that stuff. I wanted to go more in depth with what I'm actually doing and the decisions that I'm making, so that some people can have a better understanding of what's going on, and they're not just like, wow, that's crazy, that looks impossible. But really, I mean, it'll be very possible if you put some time and effort into learning or listening to what I have to explain. Basically, big vertical tower of stone, usually in the water. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so I do know what you're talking about. I have a folder on TikTok that has a bunch of saved landscapes, and that is one of the ones that I have saved for this world that I do want to work on. They're called a sea stack. Interesting. The ones that I think I have saved are off of the west coast in Washington. And they're like where, I don't know if you've seen Twilight. They're the ones that are in Twilight. But they're really cool looking. I think that there's a... What do I want to say without spoiling? There's a creative project... okay. I want to get better at terraforming because I think where like the starter base is, I'm a bit stuck on how to expand from there. So there's a pretty big idea that I had to kind of change the area and make it a little bit more in line with, you know, the future plans and where the world is going. It's going to be a big commitment if I do make the decision to go that way. And I want to be practiced and capable before making that decision. So got to do a lot of terraforming practice before then. And, you know, before I end up regretting it if I do it wrong or whatnot, because it is a big decision in the world. But one of the terraforming projects I want to work on as like just a creative video is inspired off of I don't know what coastline it is. It's some kind of a coastline. But I think it'll be good and fun practice. And I think it'll make a cool video. I know them from, yeah, How to Train Your Dragon. That's a good one too. There's, oh, I don't know if it was in a movie. It probably was at some point, but like floating versions of those coastal rocks and like a nice eerie atmosphere with the sea fog. Ooh, water here. Interesting. But kind of creating a mystical feel with also floating rocks. Kind of like how, I don't know if you've seen Avatar, the Blue People Avatar. But kind of like how the floating rock biome is in that movie, but like as coastline rocks. I think it would be cool. I think contrasted next to the ocean would be nice. Also, speaking of those sea stacks, making them really dark, I think it would look cool. Some nice dark terrain. Pandora. Yep. Pandora is really inspiring. Have you been to the Avatar land in Florida? If no, look at pictures. No, I have not. Have yet to visit Florida at all. Avatar land. That sounds interesting. Is it like a theme park? It sounds cool. There's a lot of just like fun terrain that is inspired by movies that I want to either work on or, you know, practice creating. Because I think it'd be fun. I think it's like the next, I joked, I think at the beginning of this year that I'm in my green era, and I think we're continuing that with the want for terraforming and learning how to be better. I feel like it's easier than building too, because it's really subjective. You just have to kind of make the area look okay, and it's not like you're basing it off of really any real spot. So like with a building, you have kind of the oh, what's the word? You like when you look at a build, your brain easily can tell if it is or it isn't a real build, or like a normal looking structure based on like all the experience you had looking at buildings in your life. But with terrain, you can kind of just make a shape that looks cool to you, and most people look at it and be like, yeah, that's terrain. There's nothing else that could be. Realism, maybe. Glad we have a rocket farm. I've used so many rockets during this video already. Where am I at? Yeah, I've used like 12 stacks of rockets. More than what's in that box because I had to refill the box. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's easier to have an organic that might not necessarily look like it's an organic, but you can still, there's that layer of, yeah, I mean, it's a natural thing, so it doesn't really matter if our brains think it is entirely natural. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But it would be fun to do on stream. Whatever it was. Any kind of terraforming I think would be fun to do on stream. I have enough practice now that I'm not like super worried about messing up or not knowing what to do. And I think it'd be a fun interactive thing for people to stop by and check out. And then good practice on top of it. It's all about practice. I don't know what kind of a tool I'd want them to add to Minecraft next. Look, we've got weapons. We've had 2 weapons and no new tools. But I don't know what kind of tool they could add that we don't already have. Could go like the Paxel route, where we combine like a pickaxe, a shovel, and a axe. But I don't know if that feels very Minecrafty. It would help with inventory space, that's for sure. Hello. The blocks look so big compared to the new models for the baby zombies. I think we're almost there. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Here, you come here. Before I forget about you. I do think I had a fun time designing the palm trees and the eucalyptus trees for this build. And I want to add more variety to the trees in our forest back home. But I can't do that if I haven't made a decision on what I want the terraforming to look like. Y'all excited for any movies coming out? We have a Spider-Man coming out next week, I think. My wife and I are going to go see that. She's really excited. I'm also really excited. It looks really good. I just try not to get too hopeful with Marvel movies, but I do think this one is going to be really good. I do not care for Doomsday in December. I don't think I'm going to go see that. I'll just wait till it comes out on Disney Plus. I think I've had my fill of the Marvel-verse. Honestly, haven't been following a lot of new movies. I'll probably go see Spider-Man, though. I would recommend it. It might be hard to get tickets, because there's a lot of people wanting to go see it. But it does look really good. And if you're caught up with, you know, the Spider-Man movies, I think Tom Holland's a good guy, so it's easy to support his movies. There have been a lot of good ones this year. We just saw The Odyssey. That was a very long movie, but pretty good. The payoff in the end was good. No spoilers for a 3,000-year-old story. Or I don't know how many thousands of years old The Odyssey is. It was good. It's a good movie. Definitely not Nolan's best movie, but still pretty good. I also wouldn't go see it again for a while because of how long it is. And it's also a little creepy at points. It's a little uncomfortable to watch. but I think that's half the point. Oh, we are getting close. Ooh, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe we'll be... Okay. Maybe we will be able to get this chunk done, at least. But I might have to move the beacon for that back area. Excited for Wildwood at the end of the year. I don't know what that is. I don't think I've heard of that. We got a lot of movies coming out. The only movie, like if I had to see one movie this entire year, that would be Dune Part 3. If that was the only movie, I'd wait the entire year just to watch Dune Part 3. I am so excited for that movie. It's going to be so good. What? Go lay down. It does remind me that I need to finish rereading Dune, though. I should get on that. Stop motion. Oh, that movie. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's probably going to be a really good one. They don't really miss. I don't think they've ever missed, really. That's one of those studios where you don't have to know anything about the movie going in. You just see the studio tag and you're like, yep, we're going to go see that. I do kind of like the look of sand mixed in with the green. I might have to rethink some of the terraforming, which is okay. That's the whole reason I left it up to interpretation. Yeah, I love Dune so much. I only got into it because of the movies, I will admit. I'm a newer Dune fan, but I fell in love so hard with the Duneverse. And I think it is the best sci-fi series ever. Book-wise and movie-wise, it's incredibly good. And you can see, once you read Dune, you can see all of its influence in every other science fiction movie, book, work of art, whatever, out there. Because it is so foundational in its ideas and executions and everything. It's just such a pivotal piece of science fiction. It's like the Bible of science fiction. The behind the scenes they've released for the stop motion film look amazing. Yeah. I think I did see a commercial, or not a commercial, but a trailer on maybe YouTube or something at one point, but I quickly went off of it because I don't like to watch trailers as much. I like to just be naturally excited for a film, and I feel like I know too much about movies now that if I do see a trailer, then my brain ends up like guessing or speculating too much, and that just ruins the natural discovery experience for me. So I kind of stopped trying to watch trailers. But there are things like Dune, I know what's going to happen because I've read the books, and it's just getting me even more hyped. And then also listening to Muad'Dib's chants in the trailers is so incredible. I love Hans Zimmer so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are talking about movies, specifically Dune and Wildwood. It's going to be a good end of the year. Also, we have Clayface coming out in the fall. October, I think. That could be fun. It's a nice little body horror movie. I just watched, actually, last night and this morning, I finished it, the Masters of the Universe movie, which is about He-Man. If you don't know, it by Masters of the Universe, which my wife didn't. She was really confused when I started talking about it. But it was a solid movie. It's on Amazon Prime right now. And I didn't watch it in theaters because I was like, that looks silly. I've never really been a big Masters of the Universe guy, obviously, because I'm, I was born this millennia, and that's kind of, oh, I thought that was going to go a lot further down. I'm so scared there for a second. Anyway, I never really grew up watching it, so I wasn't that interested in it. And I watched it on Prime, and it was actually a really good movie. Like, it wasn't cringy or weird, like too weird. It's a little weird, but that's just kind of the universe itself, I guess, that the story is being told in. But it was fun. And the He-Man guy is the same one who plays... Oh, hold on. How do I say this without spoiling anything? He-Man is also a character in Sheep Detectives. And that's a really cute film. I need to watch that one again. Didn't make me cry, though. I was really upset. Game of Thrones, I can't watch Game of Thrones, unfortunately. The abuse that happens in the show just makes me way too uncomfortable, and I can't get past that. House of the Dragon. I might give that a shot, though, because that's like an origin, right? But the main Game of Thrones was a bit too graphic for my taste. Cheap Detectives didn't have a right to be as good as it was. Yeah. There's a lot of sleeper kids movies that are just incredible. I think kids movies need to be deep and life-changing. Kids need to have some of these experiences early on in like safe environments in order to learn from them. Like, they need to learn about grief early on, because that's something you don't really talk about. Like, you're a kid, nothing bad should happen that you need to be like grieving a bunch, but it's good to learn about how to deal with that in a safe way. Do I like anime? I don't mind anime. I really want to watch like Cowboy Bebop, and I've watched JoJo, and you know, I'd be game to watch other things. I watched I really like Cyberpunk. That was good. There's a Netflix one. I don't know if it counts as anime. I mean, it's in the anime style. Oh, why can't I think of the name? It's a Netflix original, which surprised me at how good it was. It's about artificial intelligences. Hold on, I need to look this up because I can't believe I'm not remembering this right now. No, not Dragon Prince. Oh, Pantheon. Yes, thank you. That was so good. I love Pantheon. Like Sword Art Online Season 1. Give it a try. Oh, they're making a second season of Cyberpunk. I didn't know that. I know they're making a... It's not really Cyberpunk, I guess. They're making a new Blade Runner show, too. That's kind of in the same vein, but that's not anime. What's Sword Art Online? What's that on? Because I had Netflix and then I got rid of it because they're stupid. And they don't need to be paying for a bunch of subscription services. I can't believe we finished most of this area. Wow. That just kind of went by without really any second thought. SAO. It's a very easy acronym. Yeah, look at how much further out the island is going to expand. And then that right there is the beach, and it goes down like one layer. I did not connect it to the seafloor. That's another thing I figured we could do on a live stream. Just get a bunch of deep slate and connect it to the floor, but it is not something I cared about doing in creative mode. Let's go, wings would be great. There's little things here and there that we could, fix, but then there's this chunk here and that chunk, which I think whatever we do next, we're going to have to move the beacon, which is okay. I did bring extra iron. Yeah, I'm not opposed to anime. I just, you know, didn't really like grow up watching it, so it's not really in my native wheelhouse, I guess. I did, I don't know, it's a big controversy if it counts as an anime. I do love Avatar, The Last Airbender, and that movie just came out. They released a new movie yesterday, 2 days ago, this past weekend, and that was good to see. But I don't know if that really technically counts as an anime. It was made in Korea, Japan. They were over there whenever they were making it. Okay, what do I want to do? Think. That's not going to be hard to get rid of. I really just want to target like bigger sections. Yeah, you can see some of the coastline we got going on. So we could move the beacon up here and then take care of this section and this section. But they're not really like big deals. It's just replacing the texture of the walls. Last Airbender is a classic. We love it here. Such a beautiful show. Yeah, most of this back area I just didn't do anything with because I wanted to do it in person or, you know, on camera, on stream, whatever. I might be able to tackle that small section there. And then we can move the beacon here or so, knock this out, and then do that side. It's probably a good way to do it. Let's go C first. We can knock this small area out. Yeah, I finished, I don't know what show, what was I watching? I recently looked for a new show, but I basically have a show that I watch to like fall asleep to, and that was Avatar. I rewatched it again this year, but I have to limit myself to, you know, once a year or else I'll get too sick of it. So I finished that rewatch, and then I had to look for a new show. I started X-Men 97 on Disney Plus. That's a really good show. I'm not a big like X-Men guy, but just as a show face value, it's really good. It's got good characters. The animation's cool to see, like the throwback back to the 90s style, and the plot lines aren't repetitive and stupid. They're actually like really thought out. The characters are three-dimensional and easy to root for, easy to understand motivations and whatnot. And they're also releasing the second season right now. It's slowly coming out, so that was a good one to hop on, but I already watched up to the newest episode, so I went and looked for other shows, and I haven't really found one that I'm stuck with. But I watch some TV to go to bed, like on my phone, and then I also watch it walking at the gym, because it's an easy way to get your mind off of the incline walk. My sleeping movie was Interstellar by Nolan. I don't know why, though. It just gets me sleepy and really dreamy. That's a good sleepy movie. My issue is I just can't watch like the same thing over and over again. It's hard unless it's something like specific that I just absolutely adore, like Avatar. I don't think there's any other show that I've rewatched as many times as that. I think I've rewatched it 5 times now. Or 6. I just don't like repeating myself. But I do, the other show that I landed on was rewatching Loki, which I only watched once, and I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it. But sometimes whenever you watch shows, like as they release, the story kind of becomes disconnected in my brain. It's like I was like misremembering some things, and it didn't feel as fluid. Like I didn't remember that there were only 6 episodes per season until I started rewatching again. I thought there were 8, but now that I'm rewatching it, it's I'm enjoying it just as much as I did the first time, and picking up on the other things that I missed out on the first watch through, and it's been fun. It's also, I feel like, a good fall show. Like there's certain shows you watch at certain seasons because of their vibes or atmospheres, and I think Loki's a good fall show. So I watched it a little too early, but I kind of needed something to do. I've rewatched How to Train Your Dragon Race to the Edge over 100 times. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that like a full show with seasons, or is that just kind of one of the spin-off movies they did? I've yet to see the newest one or the live action. I don't like it whenever they do live action movies. What was that? Is that crickets? Oh, because of the firefly bush. Netflix series, 6 seasons. Set between movie 1 and 2. Interesting, okay. I didn't know that the firefly bushes, I'm sure that's a mod that I have that's doing that. That kind of threw me for a second. You're a skeleton. We can get this, like, topsoil out of the way, and then we can move the beacon for the pickaxe stuff. Live action turned out surprisingly well. Okay. I might give it a shot. I don't know. I don't like supporting live action movies because I feel like they are kind of a lazy cop-out for studios. And they're really just a cash grab. As cool as they are, the studios just make them because they know they have a successful IP and they just want to milk money out of people. So on principle, I don't like to get enthusiastic about them, but whenever they do, I guess, transformative stuff with the material, it's easier to get behind. And I know seeing the live action dragons is probably transformative enough to want to see it and support it. It wasn't terrible, but the original is just a better version in almost every single level. It's another reason I don't like the remix is because it's always going to be worse than the original, no matter what you do. Because they only copy and paste the story. They don't do anything different or new or transformative to make it its own thing. And then it just ends up being put up right next to, like, we have the original and then the live action, and they're put up to compare, even though there's really nothing to compare other than the fact that now it's a live action version and they made bad changes to it, so the story is worse, so it's just automatically always going to be worse. They just need to do something different and not be lazy and cash grab. It's a whole thing. Where it works is mostly just reshaping the original beats. Yeah. And then it's just like a nostalgia grab. And then it's like, what's the point of even doing it in the first place if you're not going to try and do something different or cool? They also missed a couple of key beats that seem small but completely ruins the final fight because they took away the scene where he got the idea. And there's some things. Okay, going back to Avatar, The Last Airbender, the Netflix live-action remake that they're doing right now is atrocious. I have not watched a single episode. I've only seen clips on TikTok, and I've seen people, like the critics that I follow, talk about them missing key story beats that made character decisions and motivations in the original make sense. And like, without getting into it too much, I mean, the show is very transformative for the characters, and in the live action, they're just skipping those important, like, lessons that the characters are learning in order to improve and become better characters. And it's like, why are we doing this? I understand you have to condense the story into, longer 8 episodes, but it's still like, you have the source material. You already understand how we get from point A to point B. How are you messing it up so poorly that now we're going to points, A point 1 that's like all the way over here, a mile off the topic, and we're not finding any way to make this original journey better. We're just kind of making it worse by omitting the important details. It gets me really heated. Qatar is so bland. Yeah, I mean, and even that's my gripe with the new movie as well. So they just didn't do the characters justice, and the voice actors are really bad. I mean, the whole movie, the situation behind it, if people are unaware, the movie was set to release in November of this year, but it got hacked and leaked online. So basically everybody on Twitter saw the movie months before it was meant to be released in theaters. So Paramount pulled the theater release. They, finished whatever polishing bugs or whatever that needed to be done with the movie and just said, here's the movie. Whatever. It's on streaming now. You guys don't get a theatrical release except for, like, I don't know, 4 theaters across the entire world. And it was just kind of a slap in the face, I guess, to fans that have been looking forward to it. But all of the issues that came up with the movie, whenever it got leaked on Twitter, people were like giving their feedback. None of it got fixed in the original release, or the technical release. And a lot of the issues that I had going through the movie was like some of the voice actors, it sounded like they did the take one time and the director was like, yeah, whatever. That's good enough. You know, it's like they could have done so much more in the effort department for making the sentences feel believable. And I wish there was so much more that could have been done for the movie. And people that are making these movies, like the remakes and all the people in charge, none of them actually care about making movies, and that's really upsetting. Yeah, live action Toph, oh my god. I saw the clip of her discovering metal bending, and I've never been happier that I chose to not get invested and get my hopes up for that, because that was awful. Yeah, they had a list of what could have made the movie better, and they could have very easily implemented those changes because they still had months. Like, it's still 4 or 5 months away from actual release date, and then they could have made a better movie than what people saw in the leaks, and then that would have given everybody another reason to go and see the movie, instead of them being worried like, oh, everybody's already seen it via the leak, so we're just not going to release it in theaters because no one's going to go watch it and we're going to lose money. But really, that was a stupid decision. The animation was pretty, but as far as the movie went, that was the only good thing. Agreed. The animation, the bending that they did was good. Everything else, it was a very bland, generic story. The villain was predictable. We knew from the trailers what was going to happen, basically. And then I like Dave Bautista, but I did not like his performance as Taga. Is that his name? I keep wanting to say Zahir, but Zahir's the Legend of Korra villain. Let's move the beacon, I guess. Is this a big enough chunk? Yeah, probably. Could get... That looks like mostly sand, so we could probably put the beacon we originally thought. He's great as an actor, but relies so much on his facial expressions. Yeah. So that's probably what did it for me, because he is in Blade Runner, and he's not very expressionable in that movie because of his character. You know, that it's just who he is. And I think I had the same complaints about him in that movie that I do in every other movie that I don't like with him in it. Is that it's probably the expressions, and he's just not a good vocal actor. And I think that's probably an issue with the industry as a whole, is that we're getting all of these like A-list celebrities to be vocal actors, but we just need vocal actors. Like, it doesn't translate one-to-one. You can't be an actor and a good vocal actor. There's different skills there. But even the vocal actors that they did get for this movie were just not good. They needed at least 3 or 4 more takes for the lines that they were given. Which, to be fair, you know, the script has some influence on how the lines appear to the audience, but a good actor can take a bad script and be good with it. Yeah, that's I don't know if you guys watch Invincible. It's not anime, but, you know, it goes back into that anime topic, I suppose. They hire way too many A-list actors. Like, Steven Yeun, beautiful. Loved him. I mean, even as Zuko in the new movie, I feel like he was just kind of flat, like one-dimensional. Like, we know Zuko is giving us a lot of emotion and a lot of range because he's a very complex character. But in the movie, he was very, very stiff and one-dimensional. But in Invincible, we know Steven Yeun has the ability to provide a legendary vocal performance, and he just wasn't given the direction I think that he needed in this film. There's a lot they could have done better, but what can you do? I'm missing 2 iron. Seth Rogen is, yeah. So the reason, I don't know if you know this lore about Invincible, Seth Rogen, the reason he's in the show is because he was like the first person to try and get an Invincible anything made. He was the guy that first had the rights from Robert Kirkman to develop a show or a movie or whatever. I forget what it was supposed to be first. And so he's been on the project since like 2004. Like, since the comics came out, this guy has wanted to make an Invincible movie. And they're still trying to make an Invincible movie, even though they really shouldn't. I think it's perfect as a show, and there's too much to go into a movie. It would just make a terrible experience. But Seth Rogen has basically been there since the beginning of trying to get this thing made. And so he was obviously any kind of role that he wanted, he was going to be given. But he's also a producer. Is that 9? Can I count 1, 2, 3, 6, 9? Okay, 1, 2. Oh, that's why, because it's one short. But he's also a producer on the show, so he can basically get his way with anything that he wants. It is just weird. Let's keep it as a show. Yeah, they were talking about a movie and saying that it's going to be like a 3.5-hour movie if they do it. Like, why are we doing it then? And they want to make it live action. That's just such a bad idea. But yeah, they Invincible suffers from the celebrity voice actor cast. Like, they're the celebrities that are in the show give good performances. I like Steven Yeun. I kind of got off topic talking about him. And J.K. Simmons, they do a really good job. But and Michelle Yeoh, she's really good as well. But she's not as like A-list, I feel like, as Steven Yeun and J.K. Simmons. But there are plenty of other like smaller names that can deliver just as good, if not better, performances as the other cast members. Like, and one way that they like cut the budget basically, or save money, they have the girl that voices Shrinking Ray, Monster Girl, Samantha's mom. They're all played by the same voice actress. So like they have 6 celebrities playing 6 different unique characters, and then they have this one voice actress who's a dedicated voice actress who's been trained in the ways of voice acting, playing like every side character, a couple of the main characters, and it's like a ridiculous split of workload, and it doesn't make any sense. There's some A-lists that are there because they are actually good actors, but not many. Yeah. And that's unfortunately just how it is nowadays. So much money on celebrities gives us a lot of slideshow animation. I know. Could you imagine if we had the new Avatar animation in Invincible? That would be incredible. They did such a good job with the animation in that movie. If we had an ounce of that in Invincible, I would be so happy. I also know, I think Steven Yeun got a stronger recommendation for playing Mark, because Robert Kirkman also wrote The Walking Dead and worked on producing that show, and Steven Yeun was a big part of that show. But Steven Yeun has done a really good job with that character, though. Moral of the story, let creatives create and give them money to do that. Yeah. To an extent, because I understand there's a lot of risk with that, but there's too much of it not happening. There's too little creatives being given freedom. There's too much like studio overhead and middle management layers that are just bogging everything down. And in a world where AI is taking over everything, we need creatives more and more than we ever have. Demon Slayer animation on Invincible. I've seen a couple of Demon Slayer clips. There's just so much more they could be doing. I get that they're trying to produce a season every year, but they are definitely wasting some of their budget on stupid stuff, and not enough of it is being spent on animation. Did you see the newest Disney thing, Hexed? The concept art was so cool, and now it's such a generic release of I'm Not Like Other Girls. I did not. Is that like a movie? One of their Disney originals? And yes, I do post VODs. VODs will be up on Twitch, fingers crossed, and definitely YouTube. And then I do have a VODs channel, but I don't have anything on there right now. But if we do get into like variety stuff, I'll post our variety VODs over there. But since it's Minecraft centric, we're working on the hardcore world. This will be a main channel VOD, so you don't have to go anywhere to find it. And they finally made an original animated film like we've been asking, and completely middle managed it by the looks of it. Is it out right now? I don't think I've heard anything about it. There's a lot that I want to do, but I think there's a big part of me that wants to be a part of a movie someday in some way. Like whether that's being a creative producer or working on a script of some kind. Like I really just want to be in that scene for a moment in time, just to kind of get the feel for it, you know? There's also like so many bad things that happen in Hollywood that it's just, oh. Now they're going to say it flopped. No, not out yet. Yeah. Yeah, they make the poor decisions that ruin the movies, and then they blame the creatives whenever the movie flops. And the cycle continues. I think I'm going to take a break here in a minute, because my dogs are making vicious eye contact with me like they want to go outside, and I kind of need to use the bathroom myself. It would be a good time to test out the break screen video. Writing seems pretty fun. Do you ever watch Hello Future Me, a YouTube channel that does a lot of world building content? That sounds really familiar, but I don't watch them currently. Does sound very familiar though. Yeah, I do a lot of like writing for the episodes, and I find myself getting sort of like bored with it, and I feel like working on a movie would be a fun change of pace and a challenge. But also something, I'm not a dialogue guy. I don't know how to write dialogue. I'm like I'm an exposition man. So that would also be a very challenging aspect of it. He became a lot more popular recently, but I watched him way back when he was mostly doing How to Train Your Dragon content. I think world building is really cool, and there's a big need for it in Minecraft YouTube. So I might check that out. Hello Future Me. I'll have to keep that in mind. Going way back, world building is one of the things that I really love about Dune. I think Frank Herbert did such an incredible job building up that world, and also at the same time, it is our timeline, so it feels more real. But the decision to do that and every other storyline decision that he made, it just feels so much better because of how like grounded it is in the effort to make it world building centric, I suppose. Good podcast material as well for walks, yeah. That'd be good resource collection background noise to listen to. Please don't break another shovel. Baby zombie mention. Dude, they are so annoying now. Probably make this segment. Okay. Don't want to risk it. You're annoying. I've read so much sci-fi that just doesn't hold up for world building, and it does ruin the story sometimes. Yeah. That's the other thing too. Like if you ever want to get into writing or doing anything with movies and whatnot, there's so many ideas out there that anything you come up with is probably already done by someone else. and then it becomes like derivative, and people will call you a copycat. Because there's so many, there's so few original ideas left that it's just gonna be hard to do anything. Still can't believe I broke a shovel. Okay, we are gonna take a break. I'm gonna let my dogs out. We're gonna come back and finish a segment, and we'll see how much longer we go after that. And hopefully this screen works. Nope. Okay, hold on. BRB. Nope. There's supposed to be a video. Oh, I have it. Maybe. Hello? Oh, okay. It's not working. We're just going to go to this. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we are back. It's finally starting to cool down a little bit in my room. We are in the home stretch. Felt good to get up. I think I've been sitting too much today. Also, might have gotten just the perfect amount of chests. Oh, I guess there's still more in that area to do. I thought it was beacon move time already. That little chunk and that little chunk. Hopefully the beacon reaches. I guess we'll see. I think I am probably feeling doing another stream this week. It'd probably be on Wednesday. And we can do like a buildy stream. But tomorrow I can do the rest of the resources. And then we can start building. And then I can hopefully finish it up over the weekend. Which I will not have any more time to stream starting Thursday. So it'll be like these two this week. And probably two for every week if we do decide to stream more often. But if we do that, we will do the building next time, and then maybe early next week we do some creative stream and get some fun stuff done. It'll also be nice too because I'll probably be deep in editing and want to do something more creative. I want to talk about some good world building. Studio Ghibli movies, they're all set technically in different worlds, but they all do such a good job of establishing those worlds and creating something unique in each one of them. And their movies are going to be a big inspiration for the next season of Hardcore. And I'm super excited to share my ideas. A lot of these cliff faces are kind of pointless to work on right now because they're without texturing and sauce. Fun stuff. Might just leave them. I feel like I'm getting a headache from how hot it was in here. Could also be just how stationary I am. Up and moving in a little bit. I think we can definitely finish this out today, though. Get at least one part of it done. We can start working on the next. I can go back to grinding resources. Yay! My favorite thing to do in these videos. Absolute blast. This is a big section. Do I want to do this? Do I want to just cover it up? Ooh, I'm kind of seeing maybe like a lake there, but that doesn't make sense on the volcano. We could cut this and then stop on the other side. That's good too, because we ran out of beacon. So we cut it right there. And then here, I suppose, all the purple. And then we'll leave the red for whenever we come through and actually texture. I really hope I don't have to bring Beatrice over. Could probably be fine. Ooh, scaly belly. Please do not knock me off here. I'm gonna have to get more music for the playlist too. More than 2 hours worth. Yeah, that's probably okay. It's good too. This gives us a chance to collect more terracotta. I definitely let a lot of it despawn earlier. Do sand first, I suppose. Where do I get... Yeah, my playlists are from Epidemic. And if I can look into what Fizzly was talking about and get the demonetization demons off my back, we can listen to Spotify instead. Or not Spotify, I have YouTube Music. but same thing, copyrighted basically. And that way the VODs won't get demonetized and we can listen to it and have fun during the streams. But yeah, I use Epidemic for all of the streaming stuff and then all of the YouTube as well. Pretty extensive collection. That's okay. Of music. Also don't think I've added anything to my stream playlist in a long time. I just kind of, if I find a song that's like, oh, that's kind of nice, kind of vibey, we'll throw that on there too. But most of the time I forget, if I'm being honest. I forget that's the thing that I have to do because I don't really stream. Now I do stream. I'm a streamer. It's my longest stream ever, guys. We made it. It's basically you switch the track the vid goes to and then put Spotify on a different audio track in OBS. It's fairly easy. Okay. Yeah, I was confused by because Twitch only lets you do stream. Oh, no. I know what you're talking about. Did I? I think I might have changed that right before the stream started, actually. I was looking at the settings and making sure I had everything right, but I think I know what you're talking about. And where to look for it. Yeah, because in OBS there's a setting that lets you change your, like, select which audio track, yeah, for the VODs. Yep. Okay, I definitely saw that earlier. Isley, am I following you on Twitch yet? Yeah, okay. I thought so. I really need to get Twitch on my phone so that I can actually get notifications when people are going live. Yeah, I think I know where it is, what you're talking about. I also need to figure out how to do flashback appropriately whenever I am streaming and remembering to actually hit the button. And then also need to figure out how to get a separate recording without all the overlay stuff on. But I'm not too worried about getting stream footage because I'm not going to be reusing it for like shorts or anything like that. The only instance I would want to use it for is like a just in case something fun happens or I die on stream and we need to get it for a video. But if that happens, then I can just pull from the VOD. It's not that big a deal. I'm gonna say right click on the audio tracks to get into it. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think there's a section within the streaming part of the OBS settings that lets you select the track 2 for VODs. And then you just kind of copy over your microphone settings and everything. You make sure your microphone and the game noises are all on 1 and 2. And then you just put your demonetization music on one and the non-demonetization music on the other. What a lot of syllables. Demonetization. That sounds right. Yeah, someone has so there's instructions for everything on YouTube. I do want to figure out how I can make the game capture a little bit better for OBS, for like when I'm recording videos. I saw Mumbo do it a long time ago, and I was like, oh, that's cool, and then never actually put any active thought into making that change myself. Which is how it always goes. This is gonna look so messy. Oh, there's so much work to do still. At least the block placing will be semi-fast. Thanks to Easy Place, the GOAT. Oh, that's another one of those, like, mod aspects that I am fearful that YouTube will flame me for in the comments. But I don't think anyone's said anything yet. It just makes my life so much easier. It's like I don't play the game to place blocks. I play the game to create things, so... Trying to make that as easy as possible for me. Can't break a pickaxe. pickaxe. It's not the end of the world, but it's really inconvenient. Go dump this off. Yeah, that makes sense. I just read your Twitch comment. Sorry, Fisting. I need to write a list of all the things that I need to fix for next time. Let's see. We'll talk about all this stuff today, and then we'll all come back on Wednesday, and I'll be dealing with the same exact issues because that's just me. Although I do understand if I don't have time to get it done tomorrow, along with everything else that I'm doing. So, my opinion, whatever you find fun about the game, do that. I don't personally, because I enjoy that part, but not everyone does. That's why my MC appeals to so many different people. Yeah, that's why Minecraft is a sandbox game. And if it were my own world, I'd probably take more time. It is my world. If it were my world and I wasn't doing it for YouTube, I would probably take more time to slow down and, you know, not use easy place. But part of the issue is the time sink that goes into it whenever I'm not using it. It's just not responsible. It doesn't make any sense. If I'm trying to get a video done, it's going to take me 3 or 4 times longer to make a build, especially one on this side, if I'm not using the easy place, and that just doesn't make any sense for me. But if it were my own world and I didn't really, you know, care, I probably A, wouldn't be copying all these builds from creative mode, and B, not really caring. I'd be okay with taking my time for that. Can be a fickle beast, though. Yeah, Flip has done a lot of good discussion on his perspective of it, too. I feel like I watched that video. That was a while ago, wasn't it? I think I saw him at first. Whenever I saw him using the easy place, I was like, naughty, naughty, how dare you? That's so, it's not purist. You know, I had a very purist idea of how to play the game. And obviously that's changed now. I don't really care anymore. I have come to understand that this is a sandbox game and you play the way that you want to play because that's Minecraft. I think I'm going to leave the cutoff here because I don't really know what I'm doing with this side yet. And it technically counts as the backside. And I said I'm not doing the backside. He mentions it fairly frequently, so he says it usually once every other video or so to reduce the comments. I could see a purpose to not mentioning that, so you get more comments, you know, farming for some. I can't watch Whip anymore. I think he's a little too repetitive with some of the stuff. And it just wasn't very transformative for me to be watching. Like I feel like I wasn't learning much watching his videos anymore, and they just became way too repetitive. And so I catch one every now and again, but I used to be a much bigger Whip watcher than I am now. He's very formulaic, that's for sure. And it's been successful for him. That's a way to get things done, but it's not why I'm doing Minecraft, so it's not really something that I want to put my time into. My spare time that I barely watch any other Minecraft anyway. But he is able to churn out videos and do lots of projects in his world. That is admirable. He has a really, really beautiful world because of that formula. My ears are starting to hurt from wearing headphones. I never wear headphones except for the gym, but that's only, you know, an hour and a half at a time. It's so strange for me. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get up here to get rid of these. Then we can move on to the next section. Good enough. Well, actually, that's just one block. We can get one block. Right. Right, we can get one block. Yeah, okay. Next. guess other than that, we could do bits up here. What is that? Oh, okay. Could do some of the wall. We could knock that out. We could put the beacon... Oh, we'd have to move it too for there. We could put the beacon like right there though. Oh, I don't have any more iron. That's okay. Specific headphones that I like. So these ones that I'm wearing, I've had for 5 years, 4 years, something like that. A very long time. These are Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. I think. Razer and all their stupid additional acronyms. And the ones that I use for the gym are 6 years old. And those are Skull Candy Crushers, which I do really like. The only problem I've had with them, earlier this year actually, so 5 years into owning them, after constant use, like I use them weekly, they finally started to tear on the padding of the ears. And so I had to buy $10 replacement earpads, and they work perfectly fine still. So one of the best investments ever. I bought those right before college, and they are still kicking it with constant use. Why am I here? What is that? What am I doing here? What did I come back to get iron? I came back to get iron for the beacon. One last piece. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not too picky with headphones because I don't wear them. Usually what I do is headphones, I'll turn them up because these ones have a dial, and they'll be right here next to me while I'm doing everything. The only time I put them on is for streaming, or sometimes when I'm video editing. If I need to like balance check the sounds, so like I'll edit everything with the headphones to the side, so it kind of sounds like how it would on a mobile device, and then I put it on to make sure it's not too loud for headphone users. So that's a really nice balance. When I have to get a new pair of headphones, I'm gonna look for some that can do that. Cloud Hyper X, that sounds familiar. Ones are fairly good for the price. I have huge ears. I need ones with a large ear pad in order to not pinch. Yeah, my issue is I have narrow ear canals, and it makes my ears sensitive. So like I can't wear earbuds. I can for like an hour. That's it. I can't wear them consistently. And I have to wear earplugs when I swim because my ears will fill with water and it'll really hurt. And I'm like, I've had way too many ear infections in my life that they're dangerous now if I get them. And so I have to be careful with that. And because of that weird quirkiness, I figured out the good way of editing my audio, and so it all worked out in the end, but it is painful sometimes. Like if we start streaming more, I'm going to be complaining about my headphone usage. It's easy at the gym because I like the Crusher Evos. They fit very well. And it's only for an hour and a half or so. Ear infections suck. My left ear likes to rupture if I don't treat mine, yeah. Thankfully, I've never had an eardrum rupture, but I have had several fluid problems from swimming without earbuds or just even showering. Like, because I have to be... You probably have experience with this, Fizzly. But, like, when you're washing longer hair, your head is underwater for longer, and because of the way that my ear canals are, it attracts water, and so I constantly have to fight with water in the shower when I'm washing my hair, and I have to wash my hair like every other day because of the curls. So it is a bit of an issue. I have to be careful with like cleaning out my ears even. Yeah, that's smart. I never thought to wear them in the shower. I could do that. I wish I had figured out what to do sooner. I would have gotten less ear infections growing up. home stretch. We're almost there. We're also pushing 3.5 hours, which is crazy. Longest stream ever in the world for me. Got all the pieces. Hopefully I don't run into mobs too many. Oh, that's another thing we could do. We could do some redstone on camera, on stream. Oh, see, like right here. I clean my ears out every so often. There's a solution that dissolves earwax fairly well. Yeah, I just use Q-tips, and I use one every other day. Like 1/2 for each ear every other day, because, you know, frequency just kills me. Yeah, I need to come up with a filter packaging system for the gold, which isn't hard. It's just a matter of doing it, and that is something that we can easily do on camera. 3, 6, 9, 4, 6, 8, 9. 3. Okay. I like doing redstone. It's kind of fun. It's a bit challenging. A bit of that problem solving we like. I'm kind of surprised that I predicted the amount of beacon moves sort of well. I kind of thought that we would do one in the other area and then one over here. But we almost made it that spread, I guess. And haste to... Okay, I feel like the beacons could be updated as well. They haven't been updated since they were implemented, right? There's definitely some improvements we could make. We can move this up, because I think some of this terrain intersects. No, not that much. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, the sound design's really cool. I like most everything that has to do with the beacons. How do I want to do this? Just get rid of all the red, I guess. Yo, what's up? Welcome. We are in the home stretch of clearing out this space, so we can start the actual process of building. Goodness. I'm honestly surprised my voice has lasted this long. Definitely need some vocal practice with endurance. This one is going to be a pain. Maybe I can get Beatrice. Although we don't get haste if we're on a gas, do we? I wish there was a way to turn off the beacon beams without getting rid of the effects, like tinted glass. Yeah. I just play with them off because, you know, that's kind of stupid. Especially whenever you're trying to build like an immersive dark fantasy world and there's just a random beam of light. What am I trying to do? We are building a volcano to cover up a gold farm. I need the gold farm so I can feed the gold to piglins to get blackstone. And I need the blackstone because that is the, like, one of the primary colors in my base's build palette. And it's sort of hard to get if you're not using a bartering farm. You can get it, and it's not like too terrible, but it is sort of a headache trying to constantly fight gas and fire in the nether. You know, mining it naturally, so the bartering farm is just the easier way to go. And considering how much of it I'm going to need in the future. Oh, come on. You even need a good chunk for this episode. It's not been too bad, though. We were able to get most of the area cleared out. And next time we're going to start working on the actual build. Oh, nice. And is that like an outline that you... Oh, nice. And is that like an outline that you just build? You mean like the blocks here? the like the transparent ones. This is a schematic of the volcano. We're using it to outline the areas that we need to clear out so that we can come back and place the blocks. If that's what you mean. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a schematic. The mod that we're using for this is called Lightmatica, and it is extremely useful. So basically we went into creative and built it, and then used the schematic to show the same build on the survival world. It also helps us get like a material list together and know exactly how many of each material that we need for the build. And it's just an all-around very helpful tool. Can't reach that. Yeah, whatever. It's going to be a massive project when it's done, and it's all to cover up. So I'll show you the footprint if we come out here. So this is the base of the volcano. All of this is going to cover up that little thing right there. But it'll look cool. And we're doing it mostly for the practice of getting better at the game. I'll probably cover that up at some point. Bit of an inefficient use of blackstone. We've also just been chilling and talking about movies and Minecraft updates and Hermitcraft and a bunch of different stuff. Voice actors. Been a rather off-topic stream so far. Try not to kill myself here. This is really hard, actually. Go from top down. Can't see half of what I'm doing. There's blocks down here. Yeah, okay. Not too shabby. Just gotta be careful not to let myself get down too much. Okay, there's a small chunk that we could do. A lot of this just has to be good enough for the time being, and then when we go back and actually add the blocks, we can be a bit more finicky with it. Should be able to just work our way down on this side. Yeah, I don't have too much farther to go. There's so many vines. Hate them. Hate them so much. Oh, okay. We need a way to control vines, or they need to be limited in how much they can grow, because this is just absurd. I haven't even been here that long. There's no reason they should all be this fully grown. I also can't see half the blocks I'm trying to break. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Shears exist and should work, yeah. They made the change to make the shears work for other blocks. They just forgot about vines, I guess. Somehow. What's going on here? Okay. Here. Okay. So strange. I want to jump, like, on the terrain, but I can't because there's no terrain that's actually there. So this might be easier when we actually get a lower section in. Maybe. Mayhaps. But there's not a lot of work to do. here. Right? Oh yeah, I mean, this is mostly done, so it's just... Oh, this is kind of a big area, actually. Hopefully the beacon reaches. And there's a small section up here I want to get first. Yeah, right here. And there we go. Oh, okay. Now we can work over here. Okay, we lost the beacon, but... Okay, we got it back right here. That's perfect. The edge that we need. Okay. I'll worry about this side later, once we actually get some terrain in there. I'm not too worried about it right now. Don't think that was right. Okay. Can try and work our ways up somehow. Climb the side of the mountain while also digging it out. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So, there we go. A lot of this is just like one block higher than the other terrain. So I thought it would be convenient, but this part's a little inconvenient. It's okay. Maybe we'll know for next time. And I could have also just waited until we were actually putting in blocks to do this part. I figured since we're here, get it done. Yeah, that'll be okay, because mostly we just have to go down now. Yeah, that's easy enough. Basically, just have to get rid of the whole wall. I can do that. No, okay, unless the ground gives out from under me. The one thing left of the resources that I still need to collect that scares me is the wool. I made a wool farm, but it's not very fast, apparently. Yeah, and splat. I don't know how I would want to go in this world, but it's definitely not falling. That is far too embarrassing. I have come close. I have come stupidly close. Honestly, fastest wool farm is like a bunch of sheep in a pen. Yeah, I should have done that. I definitely should have, and I might make that change to the farm. I wanted to do like an AFK one, you know, because I was doing other stuff in the area, but it's not fast enough. It's basically the same amount of AFK, but less efficient as if we were to just do a pen of sheep. And I would convert the sheep that I have and then use them, but I did a thing where I took out all the grass in the pen, and so I basically can't use those sheep anymore until I make a farm out of them, which, you know, I wanted to say, hey, make a farm out of this, but in hindsight, I kind of screwed myself for the next project, but that's okay. I will make a bigger farm at some point, and we will have all of the wool that we need whenever we need it. Not just randomly popping up with needing 1.5 shulkers of green wool. That's not too bad. Okay, until you fall through. So much effort to do FK. Yeah, that's true. For most things. For most. But as I learned, it is... Yeah, it is very true for like mud farms. It's so much harder to set up an AFK farm than it is to just go to a mangrove swamp and suck it up. That's okay. I feel like F5 is definitely the move here. Just made it a lot easier to see. And I know we're being a little heavy-handed with it, but that's okay. We're just gonna cover it up eventually. Okay, I missed it. Okay, whatever. I'll get it at some point. That's fine. It's cool. Also, mud farms don't even work for half the blocks because you can't really time the placing and bottle filling. Yeah. Yeah, and then even if you do have one that's set up to be like the perfect timing for bottles, it still messes up and you're just getting thrown bottles at you. They're annoying. Okay, that's just gonna be, yeah, it's just stuff. Okay. I'm gonna start top down. Really? There we go. Sneak my way across. One game I do want to play. I don't know why this made me think about it. The new Lego Batman game. I would love to play that on stream. But I don't feel like spending $70 on it right now. So we can wait until there's a sale. And then we can play it on stream. I would be fine with that. But I think $70 for a Lego game is absurd. So classical music playing. This is going to put me to sleep. No. We are so close. See, I want to get good at terraforming so that we can just do this stuff in survival and not worry about if it looks good or not and just kind of get it done. Not to do all this crap. Oh, that's stone, that's why. No, that's not. Stone. God, this part's really annoying. All the vines are making me love this right now. Okay. That's fine. Let me come down this line. Nope. Nope, come on. There we go. Now we're cooking. Oh, and fallen, I guess. Oh, God, again, really? Why is this so hard? Where is Queen Bee when you need her? I should have brought her over for this part. I might end up bringing her over anyway, because it's going to be just as painful to try and place all this. I'll have to think about it, but I might do that. Oh, hello. Okay. Fly away. Hello? Nope. Oh, that could have been bad. I'm getting a little tired. Me resisting paying 60 buckaroos for the next Pokemon game. Yeah, it's hard. Games are expensive nowadays. Why? Why are they so expensive? It's not like they're getting any better. They're kind of all just the same. There's the occasional really good game, but every game is trying to charge the same price that you would pay for a really good game. Okay. Yeah, I used to play the Lego games on the DS, and then I stopped because I moved on to like Call of Duty and stuff. But I did get, I got the Lego Star Wars original on Steam for like $3 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's the price you should pay for a Lego game, especially one that's as old. That'd be a fun stream game, playing some Lego Star Wars. That the resolution is crazy though. It's like 400 pixels. So it'd be like the majority of the screen would have to be like a back screen, and then the rest of it's Lego Star Wars. It's fun though. It's still got the charm. Makes me want to get like Mario Kart or something. That was another big DS game. Hello, sheep. I could indoctrinate you into my green wool farm. I feel like we've listened to this playlist twice now, and I don't remember some of these songs the first time around. I do not remember this rock song. Ooh, bye, sheep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're both falling. Oh, that's what I get for killing the sheep. It was an accident, I swear. Ooh, Pop Tropico in the DS? I didn't know that was a thing. I thought that was just a web game. Please don't knock me off. Can't see you. Okay. I need rockets. 1-800 rocket now. Okay, I know we said we were going to go till 9. It is now 42 minutes past that. Speaking of Steam, dude, we were just talking about, I have Steam wishlist notifications on, just talking about this, and I get an email from Steam that says Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is now 20% off for $55. They are listening to me. I still feel like that's too much, but that might be worth it. I don't know how long it's going to go on, or how often it'll be on sale. We already had the Steam summer sale. The next one would be the fall sale. Ooh, it might be worth it, guys. They're always watching. I know, but that's crazy timing. That's really scary, actually. Thinking about that. They should have known to discount it more then. Would have been more likely to buy it. I don't know. I have to think about it. We'll sleep on it. Because I heard it's really good. Like, incredibly good. But there's also so many games in my library that I have yet to play that I don't feel justified in spending money on a new game. That was a weird one. I heard that there's an older game. I'm not a big Assassin's Creed guy, but I heard that Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a really good MMORPG, or just RPG, and not a good Assassin's Creed game. So it sounds like the perfect combination for me, personally. But it's also 7 years old, and it's still $60 some. That's ridiculous. Facebook, and they're always watching Facebook, and its targeted advertising is so blatant now, it's honestly crazy. Steam does run in the background. I have that turned off. That would be funny if Steam is just listening to me and is like, hey, you know what? I heard you want this game. You know, you want to play. You haven't been on Steam very much. You've been too busy grinding Minecraft. Maybe this will get you back. It's so funny. I do like Steam. I think they're a good company. I can actually see what I'm doing. Have I ever played Death's Door? No. And it doesn't sound familiar. There's a lot of games that I have and I've just never played. I don't know why. I'm so weird with games. Like I have games that I get, for instance, like during the summer sale or whatever, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like fun. Let's try that. And then I just never do. I probably have, well, we can count actually. Hold on, let me go on Steam real fast. Steam. I think I have probably 30 games, and I have played 10 of them. less than 10 of them. I used to play a lot of different games like PS3, PS4, but then once I got a PC, it didn't, I guess, click with me as much. No, For Honor's for sale for $5. There might be like 40 games there. A lot of it was just like Steam sale. Try this, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to try that, and then I just never tried them. And that's one of the things where if we do get more into streaming and doing like variety stuff, I've got a ton of games that we can play. But at the same time, none of them are like contemporary games, so it's not really like something trendy that we can hop on and stream when everybody else is streaming. But that's okay, we'll do our own thing. Just not necessarily as good for the algorithms. Like, I really want to play Jedi Survivor, but every time I get the inkling to play, I'm just like, oh, that's going to be so much work. I haven't played Peak, but I did watch the Hermits play it. It looked like fun. I'm also like more of a single player guy than multiplayer for whatever reason. Oh, we're mostly done. Nice. I didn't realize we were that close. Missing it. That's fine. I still got it. Okay, I feel like that's good enough. We can do this and then call it. That's good because I need to be done by 10. I don't know why I decided to use so much green wool. Like, oh, I'll be fun and quirky. I'll do something I never used before. Why? Why did I do that to myself? There's no need. Just making it harder. It's not hard. It's just wool. I don't know what I'm complaining about. I swear I've never heard this song before. I do not know where it came from. At least we have the beacon. It's nice. I was a little worried about that. The vines are getting so annoying. Up and down, up and down. Oh, Fizzly, we were talking about the Odyssey. Did you say you'd seen it yet, or no? If you have, you'll know what I'm talking about, but if you haven't, it's not that big a deal. There's some, like, darker, like, horror-centric scenes in the movie, and they were really creepy. And Nolan said in an interview that he's, because of the Odyssey, is considering a horror movie for his next film. And I am fearful of what that man will come up with. Because the stuff in the Odyssey was not pleasant to watch. It was very uncomfortable. It did its job. But it makes me scared for what he would actually do with a horror script. So many vines on this side. It's going to be interesting. I do like his work, though, yeah. I'd still watch it. I'm not a huge horror guy, but I would still watch it, probably. I just don't know what he would do. He's done movies. Correct me if I'm wrong. Except for Inception, most of his recent movies have just been about things that have already happened. So, like, I guess, oh, and Interstellar. That doesn't really count. A lot of his recent movies have been, like, about things that have happened. So, like, Dunkirk was World War II. Oppenheimer was based off of, obviously, Oppenheimer. The Odyssey is based off of the Odyssey. So, like, he'd have to either do something that is based off of real life, which might make it even scarier, or something completely original, and it'll be also scary. Horror jump scares are just kind of boring, IMO. Like the true creeper horror is cool. Yeah, the Odyssey wasn't jump scare horror. It was like uncomfortable horror and like grotesque and just makes you feel icky. I would say like in a good way, but no, not in a good way whatsoever. Just very, no. One of the other reasons that I would be okay with not watching it for a while, again. Like, I plan on going to see Dune a couple times, at the very least. I saw Dune 2 3 times in theaters. And I will probably see Dune 3 times in theaters, if I can. Once in IMAX, and then there's a, oh, like Ko the Face Stealer type horror. That's what you like? Or are you asking that's what the Odyssey was like? It was a bit of body horror is what the Odyssey is. And then it's suspense as well, because it's like a will they, won't they get caught, and then it's just creepy subtext. But there's a local theater right near us that plays movies. We get matinee showings for like $6, I think, for adult tickets, and that's incredible. Absolutely love that. So we go and catch movies semi-frequently, and then they also have good concessions, good prices for concessions. Atla reference. No, we were talking about Atla a lot earlier. You missed out on the conversation. We're talking about the new movie and the show and characters and voice actors. All the bits. Oh, come on, really? Maybe we go all the way down here. Yeah, we're big Atla fans here. Oh, I missed the beacon now, too. Dang it. Right on the home stretch. Put this down. So I can get those. That's everything. Okay. Yeah, we love Atla here. And we're excited for more. Yeah. Talking about the movie, give us your opinion now. Oh, and off topic, I guess. How does the text look like from the Twitch chat on stream? Does it look okay, or do I need to change that? I feel like it looks a little bit weird, but I'm also on a different format, I guess, viewing it. Okay, I cannot see anything here. Almost there. Gotta power through. Can't see anything. Come on. I mean, size is fine. It's all capitals, which some people dislike, but I don't care either way. Okay. Yeah, I think the font that I chose is all capitals. They don't actually have lowercase. But from here, looking on OBS, it looks strange. It was so good, TBH though, the plot felt kind of predictable, and I'm not quite sure about the voice actors they chose. That's exactly what we were talking about. The exact same points that we made. And then it launched this whole discussion about voice actors earlier. But yeah, we agree. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We are going to be ending soon. We're on the home stretch, but thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I'm working on the next episode. This is the project. We're working on a volcano, and hopefully another week or two, and we'll get it out. Apologies for the delay, not display. And we also, if I'm talking about random things, it's probably the people over on Twitch right now since we're streaming on both platforms. But thank you for showing up here. We're just clearing out this little bit of land to get ready for putting all the blocks in. There's still so much more that I thought was on this side. Okay. Can't see anything. Makes me miss Beatrice. Really? Yep, okay. That's too far. I was gonna say, I really hope I don't fall. But I did that exact thing. Nearly. Just gonna rocket up to the top and drop down. Not finding Atla-minded people. Yeah. We're a good bunch. We're a good bunch. Everyone that likes Atla is a good person, I've found through experience. It's totally not biased or anything. But typically people that like Atla are pretty good people. It's a good crowd. Maybe text could be a little smaller, but there's not too many people talking. Yeah. That's a good point too. We might change it whenever more people show up or whatever. It's not that big a deal. But I mean, those are the... Ooh, that could have been bad. Those are the little things that I want to tweak here and there. So we'll see what I get to, what I remember from today to do tomorrow, and what I have time to do tomorrow on top of everything else. We shall see. I really need to write this down. Okay. Is that... That's good enough for now. We can do that later. That little section. I think I'm gonna call it time. Yeah. Late is what the time is. I said it was gonna go till 9, but we went till 10 my time. So 4-hour stream for not having streamed in a long time. I don't even think I've streamed this year yet. So nice way to rip off the band-aid, but I think that's probably gonna do it for today. So I really appreciate you guys hanging out the whole time. Fizzly, as always, thank you so much for being here. And I'm gonna go chill. Actually, I need to eat dinner, and then I'm gonna go chill. So bye, people. Look at this. First off, ending stream. And bye. Thank you guys for being here.